Matilda.
Dong abuk shami no nok.
Arise. Become greater beings.
Sarah Dagana, come on, girl, answer me. Look at me, anything.
Yet now you are before me. I see that what was once the childless Heron is now gone, and instead is a creature that was spawned from the tragedy of the Mandalorian Wars.
I will do what as a Jedi I should do. I will destroy Sith. I will destroy you.
And always behind those manipulations was Revan.
Yet the gaping hole left by this sacrifice of identity was never replaced with a new one. Instead, I think you became something else.
I failed her because the Force failed me. It turned away from me, so I returned the favor.
Tinku ukapa topano aska chinisko na akava ambaka.
And so at last, you have come.
Chika don mulaka watayumaka wamahona nek. Ashanti tun unumani patoka wanakuna best chinga pala multonki. Dong abuk shami no nok. Mucho shakapaka, ye ki kon no ba muladraki chichon. Watawama muliri, kin kun shopeshwa, no ba mule raji, jone yuturi yanchi, either bola unchi chinek, bah muli selima wanga kun bitkin. Tanga boksha nagnong, kin kun shin kin, nikin kun na bule mule raji kun, chuni yun ni jiji aldwana, kava volpa muli kumana, watawama muli ri, kin kun shopeshwa, no ba mule raji, jone yuturi yanchi, either bola unchi chinek, bah muli selima wanga kun bitkin. Mucho shakapaka. Ako jikopa, jino mularak kampiak, slinjo puanwandwana. Kakin cha na kwat na bonkon, wanakumbes, chi pala mulak, tonki pa nagnonek, tu nikton chun ke nemolek rabest, ufmala nibo gurk. China pala mule, tonki ba non tontek, dun ni chachon kun ne mule brabast. Tonga bok sha nak nong. Kin kun shin kin. Nikin kun na bule mule raji kun. Chuni yun ni jiji aldwana. Kava volpa muli kumana. Shagji kina lorcha watamwana. Kin kun shishikin. Nikin kun ban mula rag jikun. Wama kun bes ching pala mule. Tune rana nuprata donko searcha domatama? Tonga bok sha nak nong. Kin kun shin kin. Nikin kun na bule mule raji kun. Chuni yun ni jiji aldwana. Kava volpa muli kumana. Genchopa chawi tichok twis yun kun. Watu yama kama wuna henak nek. Bugra shak kunti chiwa chawa. Dong abuk shami nonok. Kipuna na bon sha. Kava dumpa kupaliaya moka pata. Kipuna, bona na kichu. Kinpa mulera dwana. Dong kinpa no kunok nek. Kava numpa kumpialia monokata. Ranga kun bis kin no moruat. Kakin chana guana bokon. Bona na kachu. Kicha badwang. Wanga kum kiba bu mulera. Kakin chak nawa gawa bakon. Donk kiba nukunek. Tonga bok sha nak nong. Chika don mulaka. Wata yumaka wamahona nek. Ashanti dun unumani patoka. Wana kuna best chinga pala multonki. Wana kumbes, chi para mulak, tong chi para noek, tu nikton tu ke nemolek grabe, uf mala nibo.
It's nothing. Forget about it.
Tangabun shan nam, wanga kun diskin ba mula, Tony yun biji ida dwana, kava vunta muji dwana.
You shouldn't just dismiss his warnings like that. My uncle means well for you, even though sometimes he may not express it as clearly as you would like.
Tonga bok sha nong, kin kun shin kun, nikin kun na bule mule raji kun, chuni yun ni dwana, kava vunta muli kumina.
What my uncle believes also happens to be what the rest of the Jedi Order believes. War brings out the worst in people. Jedi.
Hachi uncle, Vishawa anibon hasa, Sona si chua byongo joni, nina mambato nira, hakubi kotoda parabola.
How can you know that? The Jedi chose to embrace war, and it nearly resulted in an armed strike.
Mutisakapata, yi kiponi no bamula
I see your point, but do not think I'm willing to concede just yet.
Shagji kina lota watamwana, kun shishikin, kun banula rajikun, wama kun pala mule, tule rana nubrata, donko searcha domatama, kipuna na bonsha. Kava dumpa kupaliaya moka pata.
The Jedi Council is wise. They would not have taken this chance of inaction unless they had a very good reason to do so. We must place our faith in their wisdom.
Rundi I chawa tongbola Johnny Gu, Yumawama nibo lora waisha waga chiki.
It is a dangerous line of thought that you are pursuing. The Jedi who serve on the Council are not chosen randomly. It is composed of those of us most fit to be burdened with the responsibilities of leadership.
Bona na kachu, kicha badwang, wanga kum kiba bu mulera, kakin chak nawa gawa bakon, donk kiba nukunek. Tonga bok sha nak nong, mucha shakapaka, yi ki kun no ba muladra ki chichon.
I just hope you don't do something you'll regret.
While the Jedi Council preached patience, there were many among our order who were eager for us to join the battle. 2 young knights in particular demanded immediate action, Revan and Malak.
Dupaku, paliamu kapata, punanachaku, ikung kono pule marachiko. Dong nabong siya nunya, kamamol pa mulji kunda.
Shachika ton mulaka watayumaka wamahona nek. Ashantington unumani patoka wanakuna best chinga pala multonki. Genchopa chawi tichok twis yun kun watuyama kama wana henak nek. Bugra shak kunti chiwa mchawa dong abuk shami nonok. Hachu apanki Jishawa anibong kasha chona si ichua byongbo joni. Minamambato mule ra. Hakugri katkota la parabola. Kakin cha na kwat na bon kon. Wanakumbes chi pala mulek tong ki pa nagnonek. Tu nikton chun ke nemolek rabest. Wuf mala nibo kurk. Hachu apanki. Jishawa anibong kasha chona si ichua byongbo joni. Minamambato mule ra. Hakugri katkota la parabola. Mucha shakapaka. Ye ki kon no ba mula draki chichon. Mucha shakapaka. Ye ki kon no ba mula draki chichon. Bona na kachu. Kicha badwang. Wanga kum kiba bu mulera. Kakin chak nawa gawa bakon. Donk ki ba nukunek. Tanga boksha nak nong. Genchopa chawi tikchok twis yun kun. Watu yama kama wuna henak nek. Bugra shak kunti chiwa chawa. Dong abuk shami nonok. Bona na kachu. Kicha badwang. Wanga kum kiba bu mulera. Kakin chak nawa gawa bakon. Donk ki ba nukunek. Tanga boksha nak nong. Kakin cha na kwat na bon kon. Wanakumbes chi pala mulek. Tong ki pa nagnonek. Tu nikton chun ke nemolek rabest. Wuf mala nibo kurk. Tanga boksha nak nong. Kin kun shin kin. Nikin kun na bule mule raji kun. Chuni yun ni jiji aldwana. Kava volpa muli kumana. Hachu apanki. Jishawa anibong kasha chona si ichua byongbo joni. Minamambato mule ra. Hakugri katkota la parabola. Bona na kachu. Kicha badwang. Wanga kum kiba bu mule ra. Kakin chak nawa gawa bakon. Donk ki ba nukunek. Tanga boksha nak nong. Tanga boksha nak nong. Kin kun shin kin. Nikin kun na bule mule raji kun. Chuni yun ni jiji aldwana. Kava volpa muli kumana. Shagji kina lorcha watamwana. Kin kun shishikin. Nikin kun ban mula rag jikun. Wama kun bes. Ching pala mule. Tune rana nuprata. Donko searcha domatama? Tanga boksha nak nong. Kin kun shin kin. Nikin kun na bule mule raji kun. Chuni yun ni jiji aldwana. Kava volpa muli kumana. Genchopa chawi tikchok twis yun kun. Watu yama kama wuna henak nek. Bugra shak kunti chiwa chawa. Dong abuk shami nonok. Kakin cha na kwat na bon kon. Wanakumbes chi pala mulek. Tong ki pa nagnonek. Tu nikton chun ke nemolek rabest. Wuf mala nibo kurk. Tanga boksha nak nong. Kin kun shin kin. Nikin kun na bule mule raji kun. Chuni yun ni jiji aldwana. Kava volpa muli kumana. Bona na kachu. Kicha badwang. Wanga kum kiba bu mule ra. Kakin chak nawa gawa bakon. Donk ki ba nukunek. Tanga boksha nak nong. Tanga boksha nak nong. Kin kun shin kin. Nikin kun na bule mule raji kun. Chuni yun ni jiji aldwana. Kavavolpa muli kumana. Kakin cha na kwat na bon kon. Wanakumbes chi pala mulek tonki pa nagnonek. Tu nikton chun ke nemolek rabest. Uf mala nibo kurk. China pala mule tonki ba non tontek. Tunni chachon kun ne mule rabast. Rundi I chawa tongbola Johnny ku. Yumawama nibo lora waisha waga shichi. Mucho shakapaka, yi ki kun no ba mula draki chichon. Genchopa chawi tikchok twis yun kun, watu yama kama wona henak nek. Bugra shak kunti chiwa chawa, dong abuk shami no nok. Bona na kachu, kicha badwang, wanga kum kiba bu mulera, kakin chak nawa gawa bakon. Donk ki ba nukunek, tanga buk sha nagnong. Hachu apanki, jishawa anibong ka sha chona si ichua byongbo joni. Minamambato mule ra, hakugri katgota parabola. Ni bajoni yo lak wish, dopayuma pasen lapti non goto. Kakin cha na kwat na bon kon. Wanakumbes chi pala mulek tonki pa nagnonek. Tu nikton chun ke nemolek rabest. Uf mala nibo kurk. Tanga bok sha nagnong. Kin kun shin kin. Nikin kun na bule mule raji kun. Chuni yun ni jiji aldwana. Kavavolpa muli kumana. Bona na kachu. Kicha badwang, wanga kum kiba bu mulera, kakin chak nawa gawa bakon. Donk ki ba nukunek, tanga bok sha nagnong. Genchopa chawi tikchok twis yun kun, watu yama kama wona henak nek. Bugra shak kunti chiwa chawa, dong abuk shami no nok. Ni bajoni yo lak wish, dopayuma pasen lapti non goto. Hako jikopa, jino mularak kampiak, slimjo puan wandwana. Tanga bok sha nagnong, kin kun shin kin. Nikin kun na bule mule raji kun, chuni yun ni jiji aldwana. Kavavolpa muli kumana, bona na kachu, kicha badwang. Wanga kum kiba bu mulera, kakin chak nawa gawa bakon. Donk ki ba nukunek. Tanga bok sha nagnong, tanga bok sha nagnong. Kin kun shin kin. Nikin kun na bule mule raji kun. Chuni yun ni jiji aldwana. Kavavolpa muli kumana. Hako jikopa, jino mularak kampiak, slimjo puan wandwana. Kakin cha na kwat na bon kon. Wanakumbes chi pala mulek tonki pa nagnonek. Tu nikton chun ke nemolek rabest. Uf mala nibo kurk. Rundi I chawa tongbola Johnny ku. Yumawama nibo lora waisha waga shichi. Tanga bok sha nagnong. Kin kun shin kin. Nikin kun na bule mule raji kun. Chuni yun ni jiji aldwana. Kavavolpa muli kumana. Genchopa chawi tikchok twis yun kun. Watu yama kama wona henak nek. Bugra shak kunti chiwa chawa. Dong abuk shami no nok. Hako jikopa, jino mularak kampiak, slimjo puan wandwana. Hako jikopa, jino mularak kampiak, slimjo puan wandwana. Kakin cha na kwat na bon kon. Wanakumbes chi pala mulek tonki pa nagnonek. Tu nikton chun ke nemolek rabest. Uf mala nibo kurk. Hachu apanki, Jishawa anibong kasha chonasi ichua byongbo joni. Minamambato mule ra. Hakugri katkota la parabola. Kakin cha na kwat na bon kon. Wanakumbes chi pala mulek tong ki pa nagnonek. Tu nikton chun ke nemolek rabest. Uf mala nibo kurk. Kenchopa chawi tichok twis yun kun. Watu yama kama wona henak nek. Bugra shak kunti chi wa chawa. Dong abuk shami no nok. Hachu apanki. Jishawa anibong kasha chonasi ichua byongbo joni. Minamambato mule ra. Hakugri katkota la parabola. Tanga boksha nagnong. Kin kun shin kin. Nikin kun na bule mule raji kun. Chuni yun ni jiji aldwana. Kava volpa muli kumana. Kakin cha na kwat na bon kon. Wanakumbes chi pala mulek tong ki pa nagnonek. Tu nikton chun ke nemolek rabest. Uf mala nibo kurk. Hachu apanki. Jishawa anibong kasha chonasi ichua byongbo joni. Minamambato mule ra. Hakugri katkota la parabola. Tanga boksha nagnong. Kin kun shin kin. Nikin kun na bule mule raji kun. Chuni yun ni jiji aldwana. Kava volpa muli kumana. Rundi ichawa tongbola Johnny ku. Yumawama nibo lora waisha waga shichi. Rundi ichawa tongbola Johnny ku. Yumawama nibo lora waisha waga shichi. Mucho shakapaka. Yi ki kun no ba muladra ki chichon. Hachu apanki. Jishawa anibong kasha chonasi ichua byongbo joni. Minamambato mule ra. Hakugri katkota la parabola. Tangabun shan nang. Wanga kun beast kin ba mula ra. Choni yun tun jiji either dwana. Kava volpa mulji gomana. Bona na kachu. Kicha badwang. Wanga kum kiba bu mule ra. Kakin chak nawa gawa bakon. Donk ki ba nukunek. Tanga boksha nagnong. Kenchopa chawi tichok twis yun kun. Watu yama kama wona henak nek. Bugra shak kunti chi wa chawa. Dong abuk shami no nok. Shagji kina lorcha watamwana. Kin kun shishikin. Nikin kun ban mula rag jikun. Wama kun bes. Ching pala mule. Tune rana nuprata. Donko searcha domatama? China pala mule. Tonki ba non tontek. Tuni chachon kun ne mule brabast. Tanga boksha nagnong. Kin kun shin kin. Nikin kun na bule mule raji kun. Chuni yun ni jiji aldwana. Kava volpa muli kumana. Bona na kachu. Kicha badwang. Wanga kum kiba bu mule ra. Kakin chak nawa gawa bakon. Donk ki ba nukunek. Tanga boksha nagnong. Tanga boksha nagnong. Kin kun shin kin. Nikin kun na bule mule raji kun. Chuni yun ni jiji aldwana. Kava volpa muli kumana. Kipuna na bonsha. Kava dumpa kupaliaya moka pata. Bona na kachu. Kicha badwang. Wanga kum kiba bu mule ra. Kakin chak nawa gawa bakon. Donk ki ba nukunek. Tanga boksha nagnong. China pala mule. Tonki ba non tontek. Tuni chachon kun ne mule brabast. Kakin cha na kwat na bon kon. Wanakumbes chi pala mulek. Tonki pa nagnonek. Tu nikton chun ke nemolek rabest. Uf mala nibo kurk. Kenchopa chawi tichok twis yun kun. Watu yama kama wona henak nek. Bugra shak kunti chi wa chawa. Dong abuk shami no nok. Hachu apanki. Jishawa anibong kasha chonasi ichua byongbo joni. Minamambato mule ra. Hakugri katgota la parabola. Tanga boksha nagnong. Kin kun shin kin. Nikin kun na bule mule raji kun. Chuni yun ni jiji aldwana. Kava volpa muli kumana. Hakuji kopa? Jino mularak kampiak. Slimjo puan wandwana. Hakuji kopa? Jino mularak kampiak. Slimjo puan wandwana. Tanga boksha nagnong. Kin kun shin kin. Nikin kun na bule mule raji kun. Chuni yun ni jiji aldwana. Kava volpa muli kumana. Ni bajoni yo lak wish. Dopa yumas pasen lapti non gutu. Kakin cha na kwat na bonkon. Wana kumbes. Chi pala mulek. Tonki pa nagnonek. Tu nikton chun ke nemolek rabest. Uf mala nibo kurk. Bona na kachu. Kicha badwang. Wanga kum kiba bu mulera. Kakin chak nawagawa pakon. Donk ki ba nukunek. Tanga boksha nagnong. Hachu apanki. Jishawa anibong kasha chonasi ichua byongbo joni. Minamambato mule ra. Hakugri katgota la parabola. Hakuji kopa? Jino mularak kampiak. Slimjo puan wandwana. Rundi ichawa tongbola Johnny ku. Yumawama nibo lora waisha waga shichi. Kakin cha na kwat na bonkon. Wana kumbes. Chi pala mulek. Tonki pa nagnonek. Tu nikton chun ke nemolek rabest. Uf mala nibo kurk. Tanga boksha nagnong. Kin kun shin kin. Nikin kun na bule mule raji kun. Chuni yun ni jiji aldwana. Kava volpa muli kumana. Hachu apanki. Jishawa anibong kasha chonasi ichua byongbo joni. Minamambato mule ra. Hakugri katgota la parabola. Tanga boksha nagnong. Kin kun shin kin. Nikin kun na bule mule raji kun. Chuni yun ni jiji aldwana. Kava volpa muli kumana.
The dark side is strong in this place. I can feel its power.
Shagji kina lorcha watambwana. Kin kun shishikin. Nikin kun ban mula rag jikun. Wama kun bes. Ching pala mule. Tune rana nuprata. Donko searcha domatama? Tanga boksha nagnong. Kin kun shin kin. Nikin kun na bule mule raji kun. Chuni yun ni jiji aldwana. Kava volpa muli kumana.
King watawama mulira. Yula lipa ak inkokun. Da hupa boktenya go juju biti. Just grunty do pat slimo.
Hakuji kopa? Jino mularak kampiak. Slim jo puan wan dwana.
Yin kin kun no ba muli ra ching kun. Tong hai tun kun ching. Ni bobo jimata. Ni punaje. Dolpi kik nyunyan.
Tangabun shan nang. Wanga kun beast kin ba mula rak. Choni yun tun gigi either dwana. Kava volpa mulji gomana?
Rundi haudonga kuhungabi. Wana kunbes. Chink palamul tong king ba na kongek. Tung ting ta chun kun nek mulira best. Hakuche kopa. Gino mulira king pajak. Slimo poidwana. Lapti no gudu niba. Chipikasa. Topa yumapase. Unjone jiyokulawish. Karatumpa kunpa yiyamokapata. Bonanay kachu. Yinkin kunoba mulirachi kun. Tong na bunsha nyunyang. Kavavolpa mulchi kamana. Takum justak miki grabel mogo. Kachi chu ay thaudonga. Tulpada bonk molya gando danago churchut. Moga shampongpa bolawan na chikni. Pamul slik mo poda na wanga kun bist mulira best.
Hachu apanki, jishawa anibong ka sha chona si ichua byongbo joni, minamambato mule ra, hakugri katgota la parabola. Mucho shakapaka, yi ki kun no ba mula draki chichon.
Is this wise? The ancient Jedi sealed this archway. If we pass beyond this door, we can never go back. The Order will surely banish us.
its power truly be worth the risk?
Tonga bok sha nak nong kin kun shin kin ni kin kun na bule mule raji kun chuni yun ni jiji aldwana kava volpa muli kumana tanga bun shan nong wanga kun bis kin ba mula ra choni yun tun jiji either dwana kava volpa mulji kumana hakoji kopa jino mula rak kampiak slimjo puan dwana Shagji kina lorcha watamwana kin kun shishikin ni kin kun ban mula rag jikun wama kun bes ching pala mule tune rana nu prata donko searcha domatama Genchopa chawi tichok twis yun kun watu yama kama wuna henak nek bugra shak kunti chiwa chawa dong abuk shami nonok Kakin cha na kwat na bon kon wana kumbes chi pala mulek tongki pa nagnonek tu nikton chun ke nemolek rabest uf mala nibo kurk Tanga bok sha nagnong kin kun shin kin ni kin kun na bule mule raji kun shuni yun ni jiji aldwana kava volpa muli kumana hachu apanki Jishawa anibong kasha chona si ichua byongbo joni mina mambato mule ra hakugri katgota la parabola Shagji kina lorcha watamwana kin kun shishikin ni kin kun ban mula ra jikun wama kun bes ching pala mule tune rana nu prata donko searcha domatama mokao danyafoki chachiska do punta kakaspaka Banno oto. Tangabun shan nong. Wanga kun bis kin ba mula rak. Choni yun tun jiji either dwana. Kava volpa mulji gumana. Tanga bok sha nagnong. Kin kun shin kin. Ni kin kun na bule mule raji kun. Chuni yun ni jiji aldwana. Kava volpa muli kumana. Kakin cha na kwat na bon kon wana kumbes chi pala mulek tongki pa nagnonek tu nikton chun ke nemolek rabest uf mala nibo kurk china pala mule tongki pa non tontek tu ni chachon kun ne mule rabest hachu apanki jishawa anibong kasha chona si ichua byongbo joni Mina mambato mule ra hakugri katgota la parabola Tangabun shan nong Wanga kun bis kin ba mula ra choni yun tun jiji either dwana kava volpa mulji gumana Tanga bok sha nagnong kin kun shin kin ni kin kun na bule mule raji kun chuni yun ni jiji aldwana kava volpa muli kumana China pala mule tongki ba non tontek tu ni chachon kun ne mule rabast Chika don mulaka wata yumaka wamahona nek Ashanti tun unumani patoka wana kuna best chinga pala multonki Hakoji kopa Jino mularak kampiak slimjo puan dwana Hakoji kopa Jino mularak kampiak slimjo puan dwana Kipuna na bonsha Kava dumpa kupaliaya moka pata.
You're the one. You're the one he said would come here. You're the one he seeks. You are the betrayer. You are Matilda.
Kipuna na bonsha. Kavadumpa kupaliaya mokarpata.
He spoke to me, the black-robed man. Told me you would come here. He told me that the disturbance he created would coax you from your hiding place.
Kipuna na bonsha. Kavadumpa kupaliaya mokarpata.
He says that long ago you betrayed him. He says that you killed him. But now he has returned. Black-robed man. He says he was once your master. Your Jedi master.
Pudu, tunirama na praka donko searcha. Chupapanki. Kipuna na bonsha. Kavadumpa kupaliaya mokarpata.
The dead man. He approached me and promised me great riches and great power. But in return for this charity, I must first cleanse the galaxy of the creature which betrayed him.
Kavadumpa kapalia monapata. Bonanakachu. Yin kin kun no ba mule rachi kun. Tong na bonsha nuyang. Kipuna na bonsha. Kavadumpa kupaliaya mokarpata.
He promised me great riches. He promised me great power. But in return for this charity, I must cleanse the galaxy of the creature that betrayed him. You! The pain of failure.
Kipuna na bonsha. Kavadumpa kupaliaya mokarpata.
I was in a bar, drinking. Had a bad day. Lost all my credits at Bazak. Then he came. He promised me power. Promised me riches. He promised to take away the pain.
Randi ichawa tongbola Johnny Gu. Yumawamanibo Lora Waisha Waga Shichi.
He told me he was headed to a place called the Gorban Wastes. That's all I know. All I wanted to know.
Ni bajoni yo la wish. Dopayumas hasen lati nongoto. Wana kuna best chinga para multonki. Chika don mulaka wata yumaka wamahona nek. Ashanti tun unumani patoka. Kipuna bona na kichu. Kinpa mulera dwana. Don kinpa no kudnok nek. Mucho shakapaka. Yi ki kon no ba mula draki chichon. Chika don mulaka wata yumaka wamahona nek. Ashanti tun unumani patoka. Wana kuna best chinga para multonki. Randi ichawa tongbola Johnny Gu. Yumawamanibo Lora Waisha Waga Shichi. Tanga boksha nagnong. Kin kun shin kin. Nikin kun na bule mule raji kun. Chuni yun ni jiji aldwana. Kava volpa muli kumana. Genchopa chawi tikchok twiz yun kun. Watu yama kama wuna henak nek. Bugra shak kunti chiwa mchawa. Dong abuk shami nonok. Bona na kachu. Kicha badwang. Wanga kumkiba bu mulera. Kakin chak nawa gawa bakon. Donk ki ba nukunek. Tanga buk sha nagnong. Hachu apanki. Jishawa anibong kasha. Chonasi ichua byongbo joni. Minamambato mulera. Hakugri katgota parabola. Bona na kachu. Kicha badwang. Wanga kumkiba bu mulera. Kakin chak nawa gawa bakon. Donk ki ba nukunek. Tanga buk sha nagnong. Genchopa chawi tichok twis yun kun. Watu yama kama wana henak nek. Bugra shak kunti chiwa chawa. Dong abuk shami nonok. Rundi I chawa tongbola Johnny Gu. Yuma wamanibo lora waisha waga shichi. Kakin cha na kwat na bon kon. Wana kumbes. Chi pala mulek. Tong ki pa nagnonek. Tu nik ton chun chun ki nemolek rabest. Wuf mala nibo kurk. Rundi I chawa tongbola Johnny Gu. Yuma wamanibo lora waisha waga shichi. Tanga buk sha nagnong. Kin kun shin kin. Nikin kun na bule mule raji kun. Chuni yun ni jiji aldwana. Kava volpa muli kumana. Hachu apanki. Jishawa anibong kasha. Chonasi ichua byongbo joni. Minamambato mulera. Hakugri katgota parabola. Kakin cha na kwat na bon kon. Wana kumbes. Chi pala mulek. Tong ki pa nagnonek. Tu nik ton chun chun ki nemolek rabest. Wuf mala nibo kurk. Bona na kachu. Kicha badwang. Wanga kumkiba bu mulera. Kakin chak nawa gawa bakon. Donk ki ba nukunek. Tanga buk sha nagnong. Rundi I chawa tongbola Johnny Gu. Yuma wamanibo lora waisha waga shichi. Shachika don mulaka. Wata yuma ka wamahona nek. Ashantik dun unumani patoka. Wana kuna best chinga pala multonki. Shachika don mulaka. Wata yuma ka wamahona nek. Ashantik dun unumani patoka. Wana kuna best chinga pala multonki. Tanga buk sha nagnong. Kin kun shin kin. Nikin kun na bule mule raji kun. Chuni yun ni jiji aldwana. Kava volpa muli kumana. Rundi I chawa tongbola Johnny Gu. Yuma wamanibo lora waisha waga shichi. Kakin cha na kwat na bon kon. Wana kumbes. Chi pala mulek. Tong ki pa nagnonek. Tu nik ton chun chun ki nemolek rabest. Wuf mala nibo kurk. Hachu apanki. Jishawa anibong kasha. Chonasi ichua byongbo joni. Minamambato mulera. Hakugri katgota parabola.
Master Jedi! Master Jedi! The Mandalorians are in disarray. Their defensive lines are weakened.
We should push the Mandy's back whilst we still have a chance.
Kipuna na bon sha. Kava dumpa kupaliaya mokai pata.
Our forces are moving advance, but it's only a matter of time. Enemy reinforcements reach this sector.
The soldiers are giving everything they have and more, but if we're still dug in like this and no reinforcements arrive, we won't survive so much longer.
Hachu apanki. Jishawa anibong kasha. Chonasi ichua byongbo joni. Minamambato mulera. Hakugri katgota parabola. Kipuna na bon sha. Kava dumpa kupaliaya mokai pata.
We have defeated the Mandalorians. The Republic is victorious.
Kipuna na bonsha. Kavadumpa kupaliaya mokapata. Kakin cha na kwat na ponkon, wanakumbes, chi pala mulek, tonki pa nagnonek, tu nikton chun ke nemolek rabest, wufmala nibokurk. Tanga bok sha nagnong, kin kun shin kin, nikin kun na bule mule raji kun, chuni yun ni jiji aldwana, kava volpa muli kumana? Tanga bok sha nagnong, kin kun shin kin, nikin kun na bule mule raji kun, chuni yun ni jiji aldwana, kava volpa muli kumana? Tanga bun shan nong, wanga kun bist kin ba mula rag, choni yun tun jiji either dwana, kava volpa mulji gumana? Shagji kina lorcha watamwana, kin kun shishikin, nikin kun ban mularag jikun, wama kun bes, ching pala mule, tune rana nu prata, donko searcha domatama? Tangabun shan nong, wanga kun beast kin ba mularag, choni yun tun jiji either dwana, kava volpa mulji gumana? Bona na kachu, kicha badwang, wanga kum kiba bu mulera, kakin chak nawagawa bakon, donk kiba nukunek, tanga boksha nagnong. Tin umpa do punta krita, ak ti kondo ona chaba chisa wanki, ti toki grantu kon chichan kun green kanchan tu pro, bok wala no bok cha. Ni chi conchuva kin lorta ikakun. Ni bajoni yo lak wish. Dopa yuma pasen lapti non goto.
Matilda. At last, amid the battlefields of the Outer Rim, I have found you.
Kavadumpa kapalia monapata. Bona nakachu. Yin kin kun no ba mule rachi kun. Tong nabun shanuyang.
Matilda, conflict and sacrifice serve as the evolution of character. In war, we can find ourselves or redefine ourselves, but only if we fight with all our heart for a cause that we believe in.
Shagji kina lorcha watamwana, kin kun shishikin, nikin kun ban mularag jikun, wama kun bes, ching pala mule, tune rana nu prata, donko searcha domatama?
Battle for battle's sake serves no purpose. If we wage war on impulse without preparation or thought to consequence, we leave ourselves exposed. Then war consumes us, changes us, transforms us into something we are not.
Kipuna, bona na kichu, kin ba mulera dwana, don kin ba no kunok nek, kava numpa kun pialia monokata, ranga kun bis kin no moruat, kakin chana guana brakon. Tangabun shan nong, wanga kun beast kin ba mularag, choni yun tun jiji either dwana, kava volpa mulji gumana?
Enough of this. Matilda, listen to me. You must open yourself to the words of those who truly care for you. Something is amiss, not only in the conduct of this war, but in those who wage it. Revan does not wage war like a Jedi. He shows no mercy to his enemies. He has shown a clear contempt for weakness, and he is willing to sacrifice even the innocent just for strategic gain. Revan has been consumed by this war, but you, Matilda, you still have a choice. Return with me to Coruscant, to the Jedi Order, before it's too late, before I lose you forever.
Tanga boksha nagnong, kin kun shin kin, nikin kun na bule mule raji kun, shuni yun ni jiji aldwana, kava volpa muli kumana?
Don't act stupid, Matilda. You can feel the manipulative undercurrents that are present in this war, and know all too well that it is changing you for the worse. Act now, and we may still prevent a greater tragedy.
Kipuna, bona na kichu, kin ba mulera dwana, don kin ba no kunok nek, kava numpa kun pialia monokata, ranga kun bis kin no moruat, kakin chana guana brakon.
Then it is as I had feared. You are beyond even my ability to save. Out of arrogance and short-sightedness, you have allowed yourself to be romanced by the manipulations of a rogue Jedi, and have chosen a path that will lead only to despair and regret. I truly believed I could convince you to return to the Jedi, but I was wrong.
Kipuna, bona na kichu, kin ba mulera dwana, don kin ba no kunok nek, kava numpa kun pialia monokata, ranga kun bis kin no moruat, kakin chana guana brakon. Kava dumpa kapalia monapata, bona na kachu, Yin kin kun no ba mule rachi kun. Tong na bun shanuyang.
I do not wish to fight you, but I will do what I must to defend myself. Your skill in battle has improved, yet the heart that guides that skill is plagued by doubt. You know you cannot defeat, or you cannot even defeat yourself.
Kavajumpa kapalia monapata. Bona nakachu. Yin kin kun no ba mule rachi kun. Tong na bun shanuyang.
You are beaten. It is useless to resist.
Chachika don mulaka wata yumaka wamahona nek. Ashantington unumani patoka wana kuna best chinga para multonki.
I do not wish you harm. I never have. But you are dangerous. You are allowing this war to consume you. I fear if you do not resist now, it will change you forever. You say you have chosen this path willingly, but how can you be so sure you made the right choice?
Ni bajoni yo la wish. Dobayuma pasen lapti nongoto.
I feel so sorry for you, Matilda. You are lost, you are misguided, and you lack the wisdom to see the error of your ways. I must cast aside personal feelings and place my duty to the Jedi Order at the forefront of my actions. The war will consume you. The war will transform you. As an act of mercy, I will deny you this terrible fate. May you find peace in death. I was so focused on the task at hand, I did not sense their growing presence. They outnumber us immeasurably. It is only a matter of time before we are hit by blaster fire. Wait, could this intervention be the will of the Force? Could you be destined for something greater?
Kudu, Sunirama na praka donka churcha. Chukpatanki.
Sometimes even duty must be cast aside to do what's right. I do not know what Force has chosen to spare you, but I will not complain into it. You have been given a chance to make amends. Do not squander it. Run, Matilda. Use this chance to escape, though you must never forget. You must never forget the child of SWKOTOR.
Kakin cha na kwat na bon kon. Wanakumbes, chi pala mulek, tonki pa nagnonek, tu nikton chun ke nemolek rabest, wufmala nibokurk. Tanga bok sha nagnong, kin kun shin kin, nikin kun na bule mule raji kun, chuni yun ni jiji aldwana, kava volpa muli kumana. Genchopa chawi tikchok twis yun kun, watu yama kama wona henak nek, bugra shak kunti chiwa chawa, dong abuk shami nonok. Hachu apanki, jishawa anibong ka sha chona si ichua byong bojoni, minamambato mule ra, hakugri katgota parabola. Kakin cha na kwat na bon kon, wanakumbes, chi pala mulek, tonki pa nagnonek, tu nikton chun ke nemolek rabest, wufmala nibokurk. Mucha shakapaka, yi ki kon no ba muladra ki chichon. Genchopa chawi tikchok twis yun kun, watu yama kama wona henak nek, bugra shak kunti chiwa chawa, dong abuk shami nonok. Hachu apanki, jishawa anibong ka sha chona si ichua byong bojoni, minamambato mule ra, hakugri katgota parabola. Mucha shakapaka, yi ki kon no ba muladra ki chichon. China pala mule, tong ki ba non tontek, dun ni chachon kun ne mule brabast. Hako jinkopa, jin no mula rak gampiak, slimjo puan wandwana. Kipuna na bonsha, kava dumpa kupaliaya mokai pata.
What's it to you if I am an Arcanian offshoot, Twi'lek? I don't see any signs saying we can't come in here.
Kipuna! Kavatumpa kulpaiya mokapaata! Chiyoka kutumpa kulpaiya!
What do you know about Arcanian offshoots, Wormhead? I bet you've spent too many of your days making sandcastles on Ryloth to know anything about my people.
Master, Ryloth is a barren planet with an arid climate. It would be difficult, if not impossible, to collect the sufficient amount of water required to create sandscopers in such an environment.
Switch your vocabulary off, Verbal. Insults don't need to make sense.
Watawama mulira, kinkonjo peshak. No ba muliraji. Joni turunchi, wi itadia. Pola una chinek. Ba mulirat slimo anga kunbiskin.
The Sith don't give a fried gizka to what goes on outside their academy. And if they did, knocking you out clean and cold would probably get me a pat on the back.
Master, the Sith may not be interested in enforcing a policy within this colony that Zerka is. If you are caught breaking that policy, it could damage your contract with them.
Watawama mulira, kinkonjo peshak. No ba muliraji. Joni yu turunchi, wi itadia. Pola una chinek. Ba mulirat slimo anga kunbiskin.
Hey, you leave Verbal out of this. I'd have punched you right in the nose for that one. Down you go. And remember, it was an Arcanian offshoot that put you there. Waiter, get me another drink. All this action's giving me a terrible thirst.
Master, may I direct your attention to the Twi'lek lying unconscious on the floor before you? He was the waiter, and he was trying to collect your bill.
Well, I'm glad you're here to tell me these things. Yeah? Living on the Outer Rim teaches you a few things. First and most important being how to look after yourself. Let's just say I learned that lesson the hard way. Second lesson I learned is never to give your name to anyone who just walks up to you and asks for it. Come to think of it, I learned that lesson the hard way too. Well, that's real nice. Now why don't you leave me alone before I decide to give us something in common and teach you those lessons the same way I learned them, the hard way.
Ni bajoni yo lak wish. Dopayumas pasen latinong goto. Dong abuk shami no nok. Wana kuna best chinga pala multonki.
Wait a minute. Sarah? Sarah Dagana?
Rundi I chawa tong bola Johnny Ku. Yumawama nibo lora waisha waga shichi.
What are you doing here? I thought you were on the Orion.
Mucho shakapaka. Yi ki kun no ba muladraki chichon.
When I left her, you enjoyed being a crew member. Hell, you enjoyed life. Why did you leave?
Mucho shakapaka. Yi ki kun no ba muladraki chichon.
You haven't changed. You're still a bad liar. So, I suppose your friend here had something to do with it? I know enough to realize it's a Jedi secret your friend here is hiding.
Mucho shakapaka. Yi ki kun no ba muladraki chichon.
Unless they're like the dark Jedi I found in the Korriban Wastes. The kind who come here searching for ancient Sith treasures, but only find dead. I've seen plenty of them. Yeah, I know them. I've been on Korriban for a few weeks now. I was scheduled to meet a Rhodian named Drix Kellaway, but he never showed up. I never got paid. So I hired myself out to Zerka, and I've been mapping out an uncharted region of this planet ever since, the Korriban Wastes being the uncharted region. The Korriban Wastes is a name given to a collection of wastelands that lie to the north of Dresh Day. Nothing there really, just rocks, deserts, and plenty of Tukata. Officially, the Korriban Wastes is off limits to anyone but the Sith, Zerka included. Don't know why, don't care why, it just is. So Zerka hired me to do the job because I can be very unofficial in how I approach it. Like I said, Korriban Wastes is strictly off limits to anyone but Sith. Although, why you'd want to go there in the first place is beyond me.
Kipuna na bonsha. Kavadumpa kupaliaya mokarpata.
It's a wasteland, Sarah. There ain't nothing there but rocks, deserts, and danger. Trust me, I know. When I go to the wastes, I usually go through Zerka's mining facility. It's not exactly the best or easiest of routes, but it allows me to bypass the Sith. For the likes of us, it's the only route. But since the incident which happened here a few days ago, even that route is closed to us.
Hakuchikopa? Jino mularak kampiak. Slimjo Puanwandwana.
The incident occurred on one of the levels within Zerka's mining facility. Whatever happened, it was bad enough to warrant the entire level be placed under total lockdown. Word around the cantina is the workforce stationed there at the time of the incident went completely crazy. They lost their minds, started attacking everyone in sight.
Tanga boksha nagnong. Kin kun shin kin. Nikin kun na bule mule raji kun. Chune yun ni jiji aldwana. Kava volpa muli kumana.
Weren't you listening to me, Sarah? It isn't happening. The area is in complete lockdown. Not even Zerka's own employees can get through. Not without the correct authorization. Under these circumstances, only the administrator of the mining facility could grant you the authorization that would allow you to access the quarantined level. Although I can't see how you'd even get a chance to speak with him, never mind get him to grant you access. I heard he wiped the schedule completely clean of any and all appointments to give himself more time to deal with the incident. Unless you happen to be the delegation dispatched by Zerka HQ that is supposedly on the way to advise the administrator on how to deal with the incident, you ain't getting in. I know that look, because the last time you gave it to me, we ended up locked away in a Gamorrean warlord's prison for a week without food and water. I'm not making that mistake again. I'm not helping you, Sarah. I have a contract with Zerka that I just can't afford to endanger. The delegation of Zerka advisors hasn't arrived yet. I suppose if you acted fast, you could assume their identities and meet with the administrator. But therein lies another problem. The identities of the advisors have to be confirmed through a biometric scan before they're allowed to enter the administrator's office.
Master, what of your hacking apparatus? With the correct authentications, it would be a simple task to gain access to Zerka's records and then replace the biometric data of the advisors with the biometric data of our associates.
Mucho shakapaka, ye ki kun no ba muladraki chichon.
Good plan or not, I haven't even said I'll help you yet. You know, that always was your problem. You always assumed you could manipulate me to do whatever you wanted regardless of the risk involved. But I got news for you. It still works. Damn it. I'll help you for what it's worth. But I swear it won't happen again. I'm onto you. Give me some time to prepare. I need to configure the device to hack into Zerka's system and then to attach a biometrics reader. I'll be on the main level of Zerka's mining facility. Go through the civilian quarters and meet me there when you're ready.
Randi I chawa tongbola Johnny Ku. Yumawamanibo Lora Waisha Waga Shichi.
I hope so. I don't want to waste my time on this thing for you not to show. The main level of Zerka's mining facility. Don't forget.
Hakoji kopa? Jino mularak kampiak. Slimjo puanwantuana. Mucho shakapaka, ye ki kun no ba muladraki chichon. Rundi I chawa tongbola Johnny Ku. Yumawamanibo Lora Waisha Waga Shichi.
Good day. How may I help you? I am the personal secretary to Deacon, administrator of the Zerka Corporation mining facility. I'm sorry, but I cannot comment on the details of the incident at the present time. However, I can assure you that Zerka Corporation is actively working to resolve the incident as soon as possible, after which the quarantine on the residential level will be lifted and all mining operations are expected to resume. I'm sorry, if I were to comment on the details of the incident, I would lose my job. An appointment is required to see the administrator. Do you have an appointment? I'm sorry, but in light of the recent incident on the residential level, the administrator has put aside all of his normal duties to give himself the time he needs to resolve the incident as quickly as possible.
It's about time you showed, Murglak. Waiting here, waiting for you. I could think of a better way to spend my day. Of course I have. What do you take me for? The device has been configured to slice into Zerka's systems. I've also attached a biometrics reader to allow you to input your own data to replace the advisors. The device works perfectly. Better than I expected it would, in fact. But the problem lies with Zerka's terminals. None of them share the same configurations. It's some kind of anti-slicing procedure to make it difficult for guys like me to force my way into more than a single terminal. And since my device can only slice one configuration at a time, you will only be able to access Zerka's systems through a single terminal.
Dong abuk shami no nok.
Nearby, in the floor's droid maintenance room. It was the only place I could find that was both free and out of sight, but even that's changed now. It's not going to be a matter of walking in and slicing away anymore. An employee is using the terminal you need, and he doesn't look like he intends to budge anytime soon. One way or another, you're going to have to get him out of the picture. But be warned, this place is already on edge because of the incident. If you walk in there and cause a ruckus, Zerka's going to be all over you so fast, not even your Jedi skills will see it coming. And take this device. It's the best I could do. Access the terminal, replace the advisor's biometric data with your own, then meet the administrator and convince him to grant you access to the residential level. If there's any truth to the rumors I've been hearing, the crazies down there will tear you a new one long before you ever reach the Corbin Waste. Watch yourself, and watch Sarah. She may seem invincible, but take my word for it, she ain't.
Rundi I chawa tongbola Johnny Gu. Yumawamanibo Lora Waisha Waga Shichi.
This isn't the first time I've heard that from you. Probably won't be the last either. Overconfidence can be a weakness if you let it. Don't make me have to say I told you so.
Ni bajoni yo la wish. Dopa yumas pasen
The third lesson I learned about living on the Outer Rim is never say never. It's a lesson which, I'll admit, I only learned recently.
Jipikaza dopa yumpache on joneji yokkolawish. We ithanan dayata. Wata yuma wama huhunandetik. Shatung ni patoga. Wano kuspe ching palamule tonke. Janshak pulara, umrao chiska duchi, on chubanjishka yanki, titoke gratung kun chichakun king kachachonobra, bogra wala no tumbacha, nechi chuna chubaching lordai itakun. Ronda di hotonga kun hankabi. Wana kun bez ching palamule tongking ba nunotek tuk nin chatukun ne mulerabes. Achuta wonga kun bis dolbi kikoyana tong patugas maktelea chan shak pulara umrao chis kaduchi on chubanjishka yanki titoke gratung kun chichakun king kachachonobra bogra wala no tumbacha nechi chuna chubaching lordai itakun o natipon nang kudu jijiba jipikaza dopa yumpache on joneji yokkolawish tong abog sha umninang wanga kumbis king balemuraya Johnny yon tun chichi idatwana kababol pa mulje kumana Manaman atota hakkijukrata bola shui chongatong chongkeng no bunka mulera kunkile no ba Watende chokolo uno ku mulera. Ronda di hotonga kun hankami. Wana kun bez ching palamule tongking ba nunotek. Tuk nin chatukun ne mulerabes. Mucho shak pakat. Kiye no nama paole rachikun. Yikukuno no ba mule rachikun. Tonghit kun chonching. Ne boboje mata ne punage. Dolpi kikiwana. Achuta. Wonga kun bis dolpi kikuyana. Tong patugas maktelea.
Scream, beg for mercy.
Hudu, rananu prata donko shirkasha, jum apike.
Competent employees do not take breaks. Competent employees work.
For example, I am a competent Sith because I do not take breaks from my work. But you already know that, don't you?
돈에 포도 라는 프라타 동고 시르카샤 좀 아피게.
Interrupting me. Can you not see I am engrossed in my work? Isn't it obvious to you I'm purging these employees of their corruptions, disgusting inherent corruptions that not only impede competence, but also prevent them from reaching the peak of performance? You cannot manipulate me with your lies. Excellent Ra is too busy with his excavation to care what happens here. I can sense the force within you. It is strong. Are you a... Ah, what a pleasant surprise, a Jedi. Have you come here seeking to join the Sith or to destroy them? Knowing that your chances for accomplishing either are futile, you will not survive beyond this encounter.
포도 라는 프라타 동고 시르카샤 좀 아피게. Watana wamamulira kenchunju bashak novo pulemuliraji jonitun turjichiwi itato bola una dichek palamure slimo wanga kun pisching. Yami juz chikata na patoga ya fulki kokora la chichi. Kawana bot atagwa. Kagidora te kun watate mona ia bola. Mucha hatonga ya fulki. Chachiska to punta casa baka. Bana okto. Jeda badawana ni di bobo. Tong nabung sha nununya. Tong patukashmak talea. Kuyami juz chikata na patoga ya fulki kokora la chichi. Kawana bot atagwa. Kagidora te kun watate mona ia bola. Ronda di hotonga kun hankabi. Wana kun bez ching palamule tunking ba nunotek. Tugnin chatukune mulerabes. Mucho shak pakat. Kiye no namapaule rachikun.
Good day. How may I help you? An appointment is required to see the administrator. Do you have an appointment? Welcome. Your arrival here has been scheduled. Now, before I can grant you entry into the administrator's office, I must ask that you allow me to perform a simple biometric scan to confirm your identity. It is merely a formality and will only take a moment of your time. Thank you. Your identities have now been confirmed. The administrator will see you now.
Mokapata Chiskanicho Yinkin Konobamure Rachikun Tognabung Shanunjang Kavavul Pamurje Kumana Rundi Hautonga Tonkimbanang Konkek Wana Kumbes Chimpayamul Kununkabi Tuknen tangjo kunne mulirabes tonga buksha ummenong kava volpa mulsli kumanabak mulira chuni yun tunjichi aithatuana kava volpa mulsli kumana kachichon aithaudunga Taukum justak mike grabil mogo. Tulpada vunkoja gandoda naga chuchut. Moga shampumpa bojawa na chikni. Pamul slimo podana wanga kumbist mulira vest. Chibedwana ni bobo. Tong nabung shanunjang. Muchitito aki jijaku laboda na winkis matoma Yinkin slimo podona mulera chikun Nova rundi hautunga kuhunkabi Chibedwana ni bobo Tong nabuung shanunjang Muchitito aki jijaku Tomba toras materia, hehe, ashuta, wonga kumbistul piki kolyana. Kachichon naitha odunga, taukum justak mike grabil mogo. Tulpada vunkoja gandoda naga chuchut, moga shampumpa, bojawa na chikni. Pamul slimo podana wanga kumbist mulira vest. Tulpada bunkweja gandoda nago chuchut. Kawana buta awiyat tagwa kankidora. Chillo mulabini bobo. Wanga kumbistang pamulira. Tonga ito ang jiji yumalit pa agin kotu ako chikopa. Chino mulera king pajak slimo puidwana. Kipona ona naikajo king ba mulera tuana tauhupa botenya ko jojo piti. Kavadumpa kulpa iya mokata. Wanga kumbis king ba mulira Kaking chana kokba kon Kavatumpa kupa iya botenya Labuda na winkis matona Yinkin slimo podona mulira chikun Nova rundi hautunga kuhunkabi Rundi hautunga tonkimba nang kunkek Wana kumbis Chimpayamul kunhunkabi Tuknen tangjo kunne mulirabest Labuda na winkis matoma Yinkin slimo podona mulira chikun Nova rundi hautunga kuhunkabi Yinnoba mulira 인긴 콘치군 모차샥 방파 동아북샤움메농 가바볼 파물지 구마나박 물이라 주니윤 둔지지 아이사도안나 가바볼 파물주에 구마나 어쿠치코파 지노물레라 갱파작 슬리머 보이두안나 동바토가 스막들리야 헤헤 아슈타 온가 군비스돌 삐끼고리안나 동아북샤움메농 가바볼 파물지 구마나박 물이라 주니윤 둔지지 아이사도안나 가바볼 파물주에 구마나 Rundi hautonga tongkimbanang kongkek Wana kumbes chingpayamul kunung kabi Tuknen tangjo kunne mulirabest Tombatogas magdelia Hehe ashuta Wonga kumbis dolpiki kolyana Laboda na linkis matoma Yinkin slimo podona mulera chikun Nova rundi hautonga kuhunkabi Rundi hautonga tongkimbanang kongkek Wana kumbes chingpayamul kunhunkabi Tuknen tangjo kunne mulirabest Laboda na linkis matoma Yinkin slimo podona mulera chikun Nova rundi hautonga kuhunkabi Akuchikopa Chino mulera king pajak slimo puituana
Hakuchikopa, Gino Mularak Kampiak, Slimjo Puanwanduana,
Chibeduana ni bobo Tong nanung sha nunjang Muchitito aki Chijaku kava dumpa kulpi ya mokapapa Chiskani chok Yinkin konoba mule rachikun Tog nabung sha nunjang Kava vulpa mulchi kumana Kava dumpa kulpi ya mokapapa Chiskani chok Yinkin konoba mule rachikun Tog nabung sha nunjang Kava vulpa mulchi kumana Cada puto Toneran nano prata mundo Será itu akan Tongabukshaumenong Kavavol pamulsli Kumanabak mulira Juniyun tunjichi Aifatuana Kavavol pamulsli Kumana Yinoba mulera kinkunchikun Muchashak pangpa Kachichon naifahodunga Taukum justak mike grabil mogo Tulpadavun kuelagando danaga chuchut Moga shampumpa Boyawana chikni Bamul slimo podana wanga kombist muliravest. Lagoda na winkis matoma. Yinkin slimo podona mulirachikun. Nova rundi hatunga kuhunkavi. Jibedwana ni bobo. Tungna muung sha nunjang. Muchitito aki jijaku.
Ako jikopa, jino mularak kampiak slimjo puanwantuana, hachu apanki, jishawa anibong kasha chonasi ichua byongbo joni, minamambato mule ra, hakugri katkota parabola. Rundi I chawa tongbola Johnny Gu, yumawama nibo lora waisha waga shichi. Ni bajoni yo lak wish, dopa yuma pasen lapti non goto. Kakin cha na kwat na bon kon, wana kumbes, chi pala mulek, tong ki pa nagnonek, tu nikton chun ke nemolek rabest, uf mala nibo kurk. China pala mule, tong ki ba non tontek, Tunni chachon kun ne mule brabast. China pala mule, tong ki ba non tontek. Tunni chachon kun ne mule brabast.
Arise, become greater beings.
Hakuchikopa, Gino mularak kampiak, slimjo puanwanduana. Kakin cha na kwat na bonkon, wanakumbes, chi pala mulek, tonki pa nagnonek, tu nikton chun ke nemolek rabest, wufmala nibokurk. Tonki ba non tontek. Tangabun shan omnong, wanga kun biskin ba mularak, choni yun tun jiji ida dwana, kava vulpa mulji gumana? Tong abuk shami nonok. Kipuna na bonsha. Kava dumpa kupaliaya mokai pata. Kipuna, bona na kichu. Shachesko don punta casa pubaka. Muchaka hawakan yafuki. Kuyami shwuk chikchita na patokta. Yafulke gokala chichi. Kawana bora atugawa. Kanki dorakun watimi alabola. Ni bajoni yo la wish. Dopayuma pasen lapti non goto, kin lorta ikakun. Kavadumpa kapaliamo na pata, bona nakachu. Yin kin kun no ba mule rachi kun, tong na bun shanuyang. Kipuna, bona nakichu. Tonga boksha nagnong, kin kun shin kin, nikin kun na bule mule raji kun, chuni yun ni jiji aldwana. Kava volpa muli kumana, shagji kina lorcha watamwana, kin kun shishikin, ni kin kun ban mula rag jikun, wama kun bes, ching pala mule, tune rana nuprata, donko searcha domatama? Hakuchikopa, Gino mula rak kampiak, slimjo puanwanduana? Kipuna na bonsha. Kava dumpa kupaliaya mokai pata. Pudu. Tunirama na praka donko searcha chupapanki kipuna na bonsha. Kava dumpa kupaliaya mokai pata. Kava dumpa kapaliamo na pata, bona nakachu. Yin kin kun no ba mule rachi kun, tong na bun shanuyang. Tong ki ba non tontek. Tong abuk shami nonok.
You cannot win, Revan.
Pudu, tunirama na praka donko searcha chupapanki.
Hey, it's about time you started to regain consciousness.
Watawama muliri, kin kun chopeshwa, no ba mule raji, jone yuturi yanchi, either bola unchi chinek, ba mulir selima wanga kun bitkin.
Whatever it is, it's a dream. Snap out of it.
Selima wanga kun bitkin.
You can relax. You're safe here.
Mucha shakapaka.
We could save the introductions for later. What matters now is we get you on your feet. There you go.
Tonki ba non tontek.
I think you suffered a massive concussion, which knocked you clean out cold. Your vision will return. Just be patient. See, I told you to come back. I'm Kobayashi. Let me be the first to welcome you to the Orion.
Hakuchikopa, Gino mularak kampiak, slimjo puanwanduana?
This ship ain't no Republic vessel. Hasn't been for a long time. The Orion's a smuggling vessel, one of the best. Although, you've come at a bad time, really. She's in a bit of a mess at the moment. Don't ask. It's a long story. Still, the Orion has at least the most basic functionalities operational, which couldn't be said for the battered mess of a ship we found you in.
Ni bajoni yo lak wish, dopayumas pasen lapti non goto.
We found you floating dead just off the Arroyo sector. Your ship had suffered massive damage. Looked like it got caught in an explosion of some kind. Your condition was even worse. Figured you'd been unconscious for days. Normally I'd put it all down to luck, but with you it's something else. You're not just a normal Sith, are you? You're a Force user.
Selima wanga kunbikin.
Don't worry about that. Just know that I mean you no harm.
Kipuna na bonsha. Kavadumpa kupaliaya mokaipata.
Just relax. This isn't an interrogation. I don't care what you know.
Ni bajoni yo lak wish, dopayumas pasen lapti non goto.
There's a rulebook that says you need a reason to help people now? You were messed up and needed all the help you could get, so we gave it to you. You see a problem with that?
Kipuna na bonsha. Kavadumpa kupaliaya mokaipata.
Then let's be grateful that Sith's ideology isn't the ruling one. Otherwise, we both wouldn't be here having this conversation.
Pudu, tunirama na praka donko searcha chupapanki. Ni bajoni yo lak wish, dopayumas pasen lapti non goto.
Don't look at me. I'm not exactly an expert. Wait, it appears we have some company.
Skranki to patslimo, chi itakanki channa kilikon, kinba muli radwanaji, kinba noku nixet abog.
How thoughtful of you, Drix, but put the weapon away. We don't want to make a bad impression on our guest.
Chi wi aita ka chong chicha, agi inko tune chuna muli ra, tangit wama jikona, tonki pa noku nek abog.
She's a Sith, that much is obvious. I checked the transponder codes of the ship we found her in. It definitely was one of the Sith supply freighters, though I still haven't determined the cause of the structural damage, nor the reason behind why she was alone.
Kava, yun patisa, chiwa aita kang ki jiyokaku.
As much as I would love to agree, I doubt we're important enough to even register as a concern to the Sith. I'm guessing she got separated from the main fleet during a battle or something, which would explain the damage to the ship and her unconsciousness.
Chiwa aita kang ki jiyokaku. Uba baska dwana chichopa muska. Kakincha nawabagaon. Kinba nikcha lora kun.
No, I don't think she's one of those Sith. She's probably just like the captain. Figure she doesn't pose a threat to us, or she would have done something already.
Chachiska. Topa na otavokasa. Chiwi aita ka chong chicha. Agi inko tune chunamuri ra. Tangit wama jikona. Tonki pa nonku nek abog. Baba Hassan shan. No ba muri ra jilai kuka.
I'll make it a priority.
Chachika don mulaka watayumaka wamahona nek. Ashantington unumani patoka wanakuna best chinga pala multonki.
Don't think too much on it. It was nothing. Besides, you said yourself that your ability to command the Force is diminished, so why would you be a threat to us?
Ni bajoni yo lak wish. Dopayumas pasen lapti non goto.
Then take this experience as proof that your Sith ideology doesn't provide every answer to the questions life throws at you. But enough about that. We have to see the captain. He's not the type you want to keep waiting. Come on, I'll give you the grand tour I gave to all our Sith outcasts. Ready to see the Orion, Miss?
Rundi ichawa tongbola Johnny Gu. Yumawamanibo lora waisha waga shichi.
Master, there you are. I have waited and waited patiently in your quarters for you to perform much-needed maintenance on my strained joints, yet you do not arrive, and after searching high and low for you, I find you here. What is your explanation? Oh, I see the Sith has awakened. Master, why is she not restrained? Unless you are willing to jabber with the stunt baton should she decide to damage my superior craftsmanship, I would advise that you place her safely behind the energy field of a force cage.
This is SOZ3, my supposed assistant. I suspect I've crossed one too many wires during my fine-tuning of his rusty innards, as he seems to alternate between the role of master and droid on an almost daily basis. I call him Verbal for short.
Mucho shakapaka.
Master, the Sith is of secondary importance. I am your primary concern. Perform the promised maintenance. I will accept no further excuses.
Don't have time. Gotta see the captain. You're welcome to come, just keep the complaining to a minimum.
Master, every day you discover new ways to disappoint me.
What's wrong with you? Why did you just shoot my droid in the face?
Dong abuk shami nonok.
Kuyami juskuna chitanai. Ina kun mama rulira rachikun slimopadona. Rundi hodonga chihonkabi. Jawana bota ayuata honga chakanki dora. Kachikuita hodonga. Topada bunkwalia gando donano chuchut. Muksha papangpa bolawana chikne. Bamuli slemo podawanga kunbes mulira rabes.
This is Mechanique, the Orion's resident mechanic. When he's at the Juma, he's pretty wild and pretty unpredictable. You should just stay away from him until he sobers up. Actually, just stay away from him, period. He's usually like this with the new guys, but when the captain brings you into the fold as a crew member, he'll wise up and stop it with the insults. Well, mostly.
Dong ki ba non tontek.
Most here won't judge you on what you were, but on what you can become. If you stay true to your oaths, you can fit in here. No doubt about it. This one is different, I think. Not a monster like Revan or Malik, but just someone who's made a few bad decisions when choosing who to follow. Everyone makes mistakes. It's just our nature.
Dong abuk shami nonok.
Not before you repair my droid. If you start now, there's a chance you could finish in time to get some sleep tomorrow night instead. We can waste time with Mechanique later. The captain awaits us.
Mucho shakapaka.
Shapaso, ucho apanki. Tong patox magdelia. Wanga kun bis topi kikunya. Raboda ni winkis magdona. Tukning nang kong kun na murira rabes. Wana kun bes. Jingba murira. Tonking ba non connect. Kawana bota ayuat. Tagwa tanki bora. Topada bunkwalia gando na nago chutut. Ba muli slemo poda na wanga kun bes murira rabes. Kakinguita haudonga. Mukashakpa bola wana kitne.
Dong ki ba non tontek.
Raboda ni winkis magdona. Tukning nang kong kun na murira rabes. Wana kun bes. Jingba murira. Tonking ba non connect.
Hakoji kopa. Jin no mularak kampiak. Slimjo puanwan dwana.
Raboda ni winkis magdona. Tukning nang kong kun na murira rabes. Wana kun bes. Jingba murira. Tonking ba non connect. Kawana bota ayuat. Tagwa tanki bora. Topada bunkwalia gando na nago chutut. Ba muli slemo poda na wanga kun bes mulira rabes. Kakinguita haudonga. Mukashakpa bola wana kitne. Raboda ni winkis magdona. Tukning nang kong kun na murira rabes. Wana kun bes. Jingba murira. Tonking ba non connect.
Chicha scrunky do patslimo. Chi ita kanki channa kilikon. Kinba muli radwanaji. Kinba no kunikset abog.
I'm sure it's nothing. Now move aside. I need to speak with the captain.
Chiwa aita kanki chiyokaku. Uba baska dwana chichopa muska. Kakincha nawabagaon. Kinba nicha lora kun.
I don't suppose it's too much to ask why. Nah, of course it is. We can continue our tour when the captain's finished with you. Just come find me when you're done. I'll be in my quarters. Or maybe I'll just come and find you. Take it easy.
Kava! Yun patisa! Chiwa aita kanki chiyokaku!
Ronda di hotonga kun hankabi. Wana kun bez ching palamule tongking ba nunotek. Tugning chatukunne mulerabes. Yikukuno no ba mulera chikun. Tonghit kun chonching. Ne boboje mata ne punage. Dolpi kikiwana. Kachikun ida hotonga. Yikinkuno ba mulera chikun. Slimo podona rundi hotonga kun kabe. Takum just tak miki grabel mogo. Kachichu ita hotonga. Tologank wale oganda naru chuchut. Mogesha ponka bola wana chikne. Pamule slimo podadada nanga kumbist mule rabes.
Kipuna na bonsha. Kava dumpa kupaliaya moka pata.
Shagji locha wana wama. Kava volpa multi kumana. Kinchun chishineng chene kung no bale mule raji kung. Wana mon kuzbes chingapula mola. Tude rana prata. Tunku such a domam toma. Ronda di hotonga kun hankabi. Wana kun bez ching palamule tongking ba nunotek. Tugning chatukunne mulerabes.
Hakuji kopa? Jino mularak kampiak. Slimjo puanwandwana.
Takum justak miki grabel mogo. Kachi chu aita hodonga. Tulpada bonk molya gando danago chuchut. Moga shampongpa. Bulawana chikni. Bamule slik mopo dana wanga kun bist mulira best. Tonga ituam jiji yumalith pa ang ninkotu. Tulpada bonk walya gando danago chuchut. Kachi chu aita hodonga. Malit kain kotun. Chilo mulera de bobo. Munga kun biskang. Bamulara.
Rundi ichawa tongbola Johnny Ku. Yumawama nibo lora waisha waga shichi.
Karatumpa kun palyiya mokapata. Bonanay kachu. Yinkin kuno bamulirachi kun. Tong na bunsha nyunyang. Kavavol mulchi kamana.
Hachu apanki. Jishawa anibong kasha chona si ichua byongbo Johnny. Minamambato mule ra. Hakugri katgota parabola.
Chibedwana ni bobo. Tonk nabung shanun yang. Tonk patogas magdelia.
Ni bajoni yo lak wish. Dopa yumas pasen lakti nongoto.
Achuta. Wanga kun pistol piking kunyana. Tong patogas magdelia.
Tangabun shan omnang. Wanga kun bis kin ba mulara. Choni yun tun jiji ida dwana. Kava volpa mulji gumana.
Rundi hadonga kuhungabi. Wana kun bes. Jink palamul. Tong king ba na kongek. Tung ting tachun kun nek mulira best.
Hakuji kopa? Jino mularak kampiak. Slimjo puanwandwana.
Takum justak miki grabel mogo. Kachi chu aita hodonga. Tulpada bonk molya gando danago chuchut. Moga shampongpa olawana chikni. Bamul neslik mo poda na wanga kun bist mulira best. Tonga bug sham uninong. Wanga kun bist king bamulira. Juni yun ton jiji aithadoana. Kavavolpa muljui. Kamana. Inkin kuno bamulira chinkun. Tongai tun kun ching. Ni boboji mata. Ni punaje. Dolpi kiknyunyan.
Kakin cha na kwat na bon kon. Wana kumbes. Chi pala mulek. Tong ki pa na nonek. Tu nik ton chun ke nemolek rabest. Wuf mala ni bokurk.
Kavatumpa kunpa yiya mokapata. Punanay kachu. Yinkin kuno bamulirachi kun. Tong na punshan yunyan. Kavavulpa mulchi kamana.
Hakuji kopa. Jino mularak kampiak. Slinjo puan duana.
Yinkin kuno bamulirachi kun. Tongay tun kun ching. Ni boboji mata. Ni punaje. Dolpi kiknyunyan. Rundi haudonga kuhungabi. Wana kunbes. Jink palamul tong king ba na kongkek. Tung ting tachun kun nek mulirabest. Kuya mi juz kachita. Naipatoga ya fulki kukula jiji. Kawana bota aayut tagwa. Kankidora dikun muatati mana ithabola.
Tangabun shan omnang. Wanga kun bist kin ba mulara choni yun tun jiji either duana. Kava volpa mulji gumana.
Kachichu aitha odunga. Inkin kuno ba mulira chikun. Slima podona. Rundi odonga kun hunkabi.
Rundi I chawa tongbola Johnny ku. Yumawama nibo lora waisha waga shichi.
Inkin kuno ba mulira chinkun. Tongai ching, ni boboji mata, ni punaje, dolpi kiknyunyan, tonga bugsham uninong. Wanga kun beast king, bamulira. Juni yun ton jiji aithadoana, kavavolpa muljui, kamana.
Hachu apanki, jishawa anibong kasha, chonasi, ichua byongbo joni, minamambato mulera, hakugri katgota parabola.
Mucha shak pangpa. Inkin kuno ba mulri rachikun.
Hakuji kopa. Jino mularak kampiak. Slimjo puan duana.
Kavatumpa kunpa yiya mokapata. Nanay kachu. Inkin kuno ba muli rachikun. Tong na punshan yunyan. Mulchi kamana. Inkin kuno ba muli rachikun. Ni boboji mata, ni punaje, dolpi kiknyunyan.
Kipuna na bonsha. Kava dumpa kupaliaya mokarpata.
Hakuje kopa. Jino mulira king pajak, slimo poedoana.
Ajuda. Wonga kun bis dolpi kikoyana. Dong matugas aktelea. Ikukuno no ba mulira chikun. Tong hit kun chonchi. Ne boboje mata ne punage. Dolpi kikyuana. Akupa chekopa. Jino mulira kipaja. Slimo poduama.
Inkin kuno ba mulira chinkun. Tong hai tun kun ching. Ni boboji mata, ni punaje. Dolpi kiknyunyan.
Jedabadawana ni bobo. Dong na bungsha ninunya. Dong patukashmak talea.
Hammerhead-class cruiser Orion, this is Admiral Magnus Cole of the Formidable. Under the jurisdiction and authority granted to me by the Supreme Chancellor of the Galactic Republic, I hereby place you all under arrest.
Rundi haudonga kuhungabi. Wana kumbes. Jink palamul tong king ba na kongkek. Tung ting tachun kun nek mulirabest.
You are harboring a Sith fugitive, denying her from facing punishment for crimes she has committed against the democracy she once swore to serve. She is also responsible for the murder of a respected Jedi Master named Darius Solomon during the Mandalorian Wars.
Kavatumpa kunpa yiya mokapata. Nanay kachu. Hinkin kunoba mulirachi kun. Tong na punsha nyunyang. Kamulchi kamana.
Do not question my orders, criminal scum. Just follow them. Now, I want your full cooperation. You must relinquish the command of the Orion and surrender without delay or needless confrontation.
Hakuchi kompa. Chino mulira king pajak. Slimo poidoana.
Then you leave me with few choices. You have chosen to defy my authority, and so you will suffer the consequences. I look forward to accepting your surrender, Drexel. I will be there personally to accept it.
Achuta. Wonga kun pistol fiki kunana. Tompatogas magdelia.
Admiral Magnus Cole of the Formidable out.
Watana wamamulira. Kenjunju bashak. No bulimulira ji jonitun. Turji chiwi itato. Bola una dichek. Palamuris limo wanga kun pisching.
Chibedwana ni bobo. Donk nabum shanuya. Donk patogas magdelia.
Aku chekuma. Jino mulira kipaja. Slimo potuama.
Kavatumpa kunpa yiya mokapata. Bonanay kachu. Yinkin kunoba mulirachi kun. Tong na bunsha nyunyang. Kavavolpa mulchi kamana.
Tong abong siya. Wanda kumbis keng balemura. Johnny yon tun chichi itatwana. Kavavolpa mulchi.
Kipuna. Bonanay kachu. Kimbano mulina natwana. Don kimbano kunnek. Kavatumpa kunpa yiya mokata. Wanga kun bis king ba mulira. Kakincha na guagba kun. Kavatumpa kulpa yiya potenya.
Une fudu. Rananu frata doko shirkasha. Jum apike.
Mucha hotonga yafulki. Chachisca do punta casa bubaka. Banao. Kipuna. Kavatumpa kulpa yiya mokapata. Chiyoka kutumpa kulpa yiya.
Mucha hotonga yafulki. Chachisca do punta casa bubaka. Banao.
Kakin cha na kwat na bon kon. Wanakumbes chi pala mulek. Tongki pa na nonek. Tu nikton chu chun ke nemolek rabest. Ufmala ni bokurk.
Achuta. Wonga kun pistol piki kunana. Tompatogas magdelia.
Kin?
Kavatumpa kunpa yiya mokapata. Bonanay kachu. Yinkin kunoba mulirachi kun. Tong na bunsha nyunyang. Kavavolpa mulchi kamana. Mucha hotonga yafulki. Chachisca do punta casa bubaka. Banaoto.
In the name of the Republic, surrender!
Yatoka uluan kinkuna ba murira, rachikun, muja shakpanpa.
Eva, Giyokaku! Eva, Giyokaku! Kakinja nawabagaon.
Mucha hatunga ya fulki. Chachiska do punta casa bukbaka. Panao.
Lukio may have been as stubborn as they come, but even he didn't deserve to die like that.
Karatumpa kunpa iya mokapata. Nanay kachu. Kinkin kunpa mulirachi kun. Tong na pun siya nyunyan. Kabawal pa mulki kamana.
Laboda ni winkis matoma. Wana kumbes chinpa marulira. Tok chingbang non kit. Tok ninja mulira rabes. Kuyabi just puna jitamai. Ina kunma marulira rachikun. Slimo patona. Undi handonga chikokabi. Ocho apanki. Wana kumbes dobiki kunyana. Don patok smaktelia.
Ajuta. Monga kun pistol piki kunyana. Tong patoga smak.
Slimo patona. Smaktelia. Kachi kuita hodonga.
Drexel, you have much to answer for. The blood of countless Republic soldiers is now on your hands. There can be no surrender. You must be punished for your crimes here and now, and only death will be sufficient.
Kipuna! Kavatumpa kurpa iya moka paata! Chiyoka kutumpa kurpa iya!
I'm a patient man, Drexel. Your insolence has pushed me beyond my limits. You could have laid down your weapons and surrendered. You could have made things easy. But you had to resist. You had to defy my authority.
Rundi haudonga kuhungabi. Wana kumbes. Chink palamur tonk kimba na kongek. Tung ting tachun kun nek mulirabest.
I would rather die than hand over the formidable to a criminal like you.
Kipuna! Kavatumpa kurpa iya moka paata! Chiyoka kutumpa kurpa iya!
Men, shoot to kill! I want no survivors!
Now that was a battle that was completely unnecessary. Had he surrendered, he would have lived. A damn shame.
Kipuna! Kavatumpa kurpa iya moka paata! Chiyoka kutumpa kurpa iya!
What do you mean? The Admiral's dead. The Republic defeated.
Kachichu aitha haudunga. Yinkin kuno ba mulira chikun. Slima podonna. Rundi haudonga kun hunkabi.
Well, now that you mention it, I did. During the fight, looking into their eyes, I could see how determined they were to win. It was like something was constantly motivating them during the course of the battle. Something we couldn't see.
Tong abuk shami nonok.
A Jedi? How do you know?
Tong abuk sha nagnong. Kin kun shin kin. Nikin kun na bule mule raji kun. Chuni yun ni jiji aldwana. Kava volpa muli kumana.
I admit my knowledge of Jedi techniques is somewhat lax, but I've heard of battle meditation before. I thought Bastila Shan was the only Jedi to possess the ability.
Genchopa chawi tikchok twis yun kun. Watu yama kama wuna henak nek. Bugra shak kunti chiwa chawa. Dong abuk shami nonok.
Then that explains why we aren't feeling any negative effects. Captain, what do you think to all this? What's our next move?
Achuta! Wonga kun pistol piking kunyana. Tong patoga smaktelia. Yin kin kunoba mulira chinkun. Tong hait tun kun ching. Ni bobo jimata. Ni punaje. Dolpi kiknyunyan. Rundi haudonga kuhungabi. Wana kunbes. Chink palamul. Tong king ba na kongkek. Tung ting tachun kun nek mulira best.
I'm glad to hear. Walking onto the Formidable without a reason is just asking for trouble, and I've had more than my share for one day already.
Ikukumo no ba mulira chikun. Tong hit kun chonching. Ne boboje mata de punage. Dolpi kikyuana. Natipon nang kudu jijiba. Jipikaza. Topa yung pache on joneji yokkolawish.
Then I guess that gives us a reason to invade the Formidable. Although, I still don't like my chances against the Jedi.
Kipuna! Kavatumpa kupalea muka bata! Jiyoka kutumpa kupalea! Kavadumpa ku palia mukapata. Bonana chaku. Ikung kono bulemarachi kong. Tong nabong siya nunya. Kavavolpa mulji kunna.
Betrayer. Murderer.
What's wrong?
Kipuna na bonsha. Kavadumpa kupaliaya mokapata.
Haku chekopa. Gino mulira king pajak. Slimo poiduana.
Kavadumpa kapalia monapata. Bonanakachu. Yin kin kun noba mule rachi kun. Tong nabun shanuyang.
Yin kin kun noba mulira chinkun. Tong hait tun kun ching. Ni bobo jimata. Ni punaje. Dolpi kiknyunyan.
Rundi ichawa tongbola Johnny Ku. Yumawama nibo lora waisha waga shichi.
Listen, Sarah, you don't have to do this for us. I'm sure Ponda knew the risks, and I'm certain he wouldn't want you to forfeit your life like this.
Mucha shakpangpa. Yinkin kun no ba mulri rachikun. Kachichu aitha haudunga. Yinkin kun no ba muli rachikun. Slima podonna. Rundi haudunga kun hunkabi.
Mucho shakapaka. Yi ki kun no ba muladraki chichon.
Kipuna. Kavatumpa kulpa yiya moka paata. Chiyoka kutumpa kulpa yiya.
Kipuna na bonsha. Kavadumpa kupaliaya mokapata.
You don't fool me, Sarah. I can see why you want to go on that ship. It's not to rescue Ponda. It's the Jedi. Listen, I know how you must feel. You want to avenge your master, to strike back at the Jedi for what they did to you. But picking a fight against a Jedi when you can't feel the Force isn't called revenge. It's called throwing away your life. That's the worst thing you can do right now. The worst thing.
Tin umpa do punta krita. Ak ti kondo ona chaba chisa wanki. Ti toki grantu kon chichan kun green kanchan tu pro. Bok wala no bok cha. Nichi kon chuva kin lorta itakun.
Are you sure it's not just a headache? Because, in all honesty, considering your condition, you should still be back in the med bay.
Kipuna, bona na kichu. Kin pa mulera dwana. Dong kin pa no kudnok nek. Kava numpa kumpialia monokata. Ranga kun bis kin no moruat. Kakin chana guana bokon.
So you're just going to charge with blasters blazing into a battle you cannot hope to win. Even without the Jedi, there will still be Republic soldiers on board the Formidable.
Kipuna, bona na kichu. Kin pa mulera dwana. Dong kin pa no kudnok nek. Kava numpa kumpialia monokata. Ranga kun bis kin no moruat. Kakin chana guana bokon.
Listen, there's a way to reach the Jedi and save the captive without firing a single shot. You will need my help. I'm probably going to regret this, but it's sure as hell the best chance you have of getting in and out without getting killed.
Blast it! What is taking the Admiral so long? They're only a bunch of space pirates. This is usually easy pickings for us. What can be different now? Now what?
Kachikun ita haudonga. Yiking kuno ba mulera chikun. Slimo podona rundi hodunga ku hunkabe.
I am not interested in prisoners. We already have enough of them. Tell him to put it back where he found it.
Kachikun ita haudonga. Yiking kuno ba mulera chikun. Slimo podona rundi hodunga ku hunkabe.
Damn pirates, scheming and underhanded, the lot of them. Bring her to me, and the commando as well. I want to hear of the Admiral's progress aboard the Orion.
Achuta, wonga kun bis dolpi kikoyana. Dong patugas maktelia.
This better be good. This is good news indeed, Commando. If what you say is true, then it shouldn't be much longer before Admiral Cole at last captures the Orion's bridge. The sooner we get back to the Republic, the better, I say. The Outer Rim is so violent, so uncivilized. It all leaves a vile taste in my mouth. And now for you. So, you're turning your back on your allies and offering information to the Republic? Let me guess. In exchange for credits? You pirates switch allegiances too often. I don't like it.
Kakin cha na kwat na bon kon. Wanakumbes chi pala mulek tong ki pa na nonek. Tu nikton chun ke nemolek rabest. Uf mala nibo gurk.
You will show proper respect to the captain, pirate scum.
Now, let us not mistreat our guest. I believe she has something important to tell us.
Mucho shakapaka. Yi ki kun no ba muladra ki chichon.
You fool! I am the ranking officer aboard the Formidable. You will tell me the information.
Kipuna na bon sha. Kavadumpa kupaliaya mokapata.
The Jedi? How did you learn one was aboard? Did one of my men talk?
Tangabun shan omnang. Wanga kun biskin ba mulara. Choni yun tun gigi either dwana. Kava vulpa mulji gumana.
Take her away. You, Commando, keep an eye on her.
Yes, sir. Prisoner, do not make any sudden moves or I swear I will...
Chinapala mule. Tonki ba non tontek. Tuni chachon kun ne mule brabast.
Aye, aye. Glad to take that mask off. You think they'd have some sort of air conditioning system installed, but I know the truth.
Mucho shakapaka. Yi ki kun no ba muladra ki chichon.
This is a Hammerhead-class cruiser, the same as the Orion. I'm guessing the layout will be pretty similar.
Rundi I chawa tongbola Johnny Ku. Yumawama nibo lora waisha waga shichi.
And don't forget, we need to rescue Ponda Hatiba. I didn't see him locked up on the way in, so I'm guessing he's somewhere between us and the crew quarters.
Hakuchi kopa? Jino mularak kampiak slinjo puanwandwana?
Chapaso, uchuatanki. Dong patox magdelia. Wanga kunbis todi kikunya.
Ponda, you idiot, we're here to rescue you.
Raboda ni unkis magtoma. Tukning nang kongkun na murira rabes. Wana kunbes. Jingba murira. Tonkingba nonkonek.
That's what we're here for. Brace yourself. I'm gonna shut down the force cage.
Kavadumpa kapalia monapata? Bonanakachu. Yin kin kun no ba mule rachi kun. Tong na bun shanuyang.
Your priority, maybe, but I look after my friends. We've got to release him now.
Kipuna. Bonanakichu. Kin ba mule ratwana. Tong kin ba no kunok nek. Kavanumpa kumpialia monokata. Ranga kun bis kin no moruat. Kakin chana guana brakon. Rundi I chawa tongbola Johnny Ku. Yumawama nibo lora waisha waga shichi.
You're right.
Uja shakpangba. Yatuka uwan kinkun. Noba murira rachikun.
Hachu apanki. Jishawa anibong kasha chona si ichua byongbo Johnny. Minamambato mule ra. Hakugri katkota la parabola.
Raboda ni unkis magtoma. Tukning nang kongkun na murira rabes. Wana kunbes. Jingba murira. Tonkingba nonkonek.
Sorry, Ponda, but she's right. Though, don't worry. We'll be back for you. So stay here, shut up, and hang tight.
Chapaso, uchuatanki. Dong patox magdelia. Wanga kunbis todi kikunya.
Find the Jedi, rescue Ponda Hatiba. We don't have much time left. We have to hurry. Your Jedi should be beyond that door.
Randi I chawa tongbola Johnny Gu. Yumawama nibo Lora Waisha Waga Shichi.
In that case, let me fight alongside you. You'll need all the help you can get against a Jedi, and the odds will be better with the two of us.
Ni bajoni yo la wish. Dopa yumas pasen lapti non goto.
But without your command of the Force, you're practically defenseless. How do you hope to defeat her?
Hachu apanki. Jishawa anibong ka sha chona si ichua byongbo Johnny. Minamambato mule ra. Hakugri katgota la parabola.
Then make it a hasty reunion. We haven't got long before the Orion completes its preparations and blows us both into space dust. And for what it's worth, may the Force be with you.
I have waited a long time for this day. A long time. I have waited for you, you who chose to betray the light and then give yourself to the darkness. I have waited for you, the root of all my sorrow.
Tangabun shan nang. Wanga kun beast kin ba mularak. Choni yun tun Gigi either dwana. Kava vulpa mulji gumana?
I was one of the Jedi Knights tasked with destroying the Dark Lord Revan. Yet once I was amongst the Sith, I chose to depart from the strike team and devote my time to a new objective, searching for you. But somehow you managed to evade me, and I failed. When I narrowly escaped from Revan's ship before it exploded, I was cast adrift into space. Eventually I was found by the Formidable, and have since scoured nearby sectors for your presence.
Kipuna, bona na kichu. Kin ba mulera dwana. Dong kin ba no kudnok nek. Kava numpa kumpialia monokata. Ranga kun bis kin no moruat. Kakin chana guana brokon.
Torments! You know nothing of what you speak. You only know how to inflict torment, not suffer from it. You are a betrayer. You are a murderer. You are a Sith.
Randi I chawa tongbola Johnny Gu. Yumawama nibo Lora Waisha Waga Shichi.
Do not preach to me of the Jedi ways. You are no longer worthy to speak of them.
Tanga bok sha nagnong. Kin kun shin kin. Nikin kun na bule mule raji kun. Chuni yun ni Gigi aldwana. Kava volpa muli kumana?
You speak the truth, but that friend died many years ago. When she chose to forsake all that she was and embrace war. When she chose to murder the man who rescued, raised, and trained her. That man was Darius Solomon, my uncle.
Randi I chawa tongbola Johnny Gu. Yumawama nibo Lora Waisha Waga Shichi.
I know Solomon was one of the greatest Echani ever to be born. I know Solomon possessed a skill in combat that could not be matched, that could not be overcome. I know he was a legend. I know he was my uncle, and I know that you killed him.
Tangabun shan nang. Wanga kun beast kin ba mularak. Choni yun tun Gigi either dwana. Kava vulpa mulji gumana?
And join the dark side, the Sith. I have seen what one must sacrifice to embrace that calling, and it sickens me. No, I will do what as a Jedi I should do. I will destroy Sith. I will destroy you.
Kipuna na bonsha. Kava dumpa kupaliaya moka pata.
You murdered my uncle, your mentor, Darius Solomon. The Sith must be destroyed and justice must be served. Death must be met with death. The force flows within you, yet you do not call upon it. What trickery is this?
Ni bajoni yo la wish. Dopayuma pasen lapti non goto.
No, you are wrong. I can feel its power flowing within you. In a way, you still remind me of him.
Dong abuk shami no nok.
Solomon. He was strong in the force, and so was his protege.
Tangabun shan nong. Wanga kun beast kin ba mularak. Choni yun tun jiji either dwana. Kava vulpa mulji gumana?
Choice and consequence. One cannot exist without the other. When you chose Revan, the friend I grew up with was sacrificed. She ceased to exist.
Kipuna na bonsha. Kava dumpa kupaliaya moka pata.
Yet the gaping hole left by this sacrifice of identity was never replaced with a new one. Instead, I think you became something else. Something that cannot exist without Revan.
Pudu, tunirama na praka donko searcha chupapanki.
Only my uncle could answer that truthfully. Solomon knew you better than you knew yourself.
Pasen lapti non goto.
Which is why, in some ways, I feel sorry for you. You can never return to the individual you were, as now both Solomon and Revan are gone. That identity is lost forever.
Hachu apanki, jishawa anibon ka sha chona si ichua byongbo joni. Minamambato mule ra, hakugri katgoda parabola.
It does not matter. I have no regrets. When I leave this place, I will join with the Force as an individual, with an identity to call my own. And maybe, just maybe, I will find my uncle there.
Ni bajoni yo la wish. Dopayuma pasen lapti non goto. Shachika ton mulaka watayuma ka wamahona nek. Ashantington unumani patoka wana kuna best chinga pala multonki. Pudu, tunirama na praka donko searcha chupapanki. Watawama muliri kin kun shopeshwa no ba mule raji. Jone yuturi yanchi either bola unchi chinek ba muli selima wanga kun bitkin. Mana tota hakuji krala bola ji chok shontang shun kipa unapanka muliri kun kili no ba wati monya la kuna una kun mulira.
Wake up! Wake up! You're dreaming! Snap out of it!
Pudu, tunirama na praka donko searcha chupapanki.
Sarah, you're dreaming. Whatever it is, it ain't real.
Shachika ton mulaka watayuma ka wamahona nek. Ashantington unumani patoka wana kuna best chinga pala multonki.
It's me. I'm here.
Ni bajoni yo la wish. Dopayuma pasen lapti non goto.
Yes, I did. We made it just in time, moments before the Orion's turbo lasers destroyed the Formidable. But that was a long time ago, Sarah. You know that. Welcome back. Can't say I'm surprised to find you unconscious. I guess it's fate that I should always be the first face you see when you come around. Lucky you.
Tonki ba non tontek.
Your Jedi friend says you were talking to yourself, then you collapsed and lost consciousness. Don't know how, don't know why. I'm just relieved you're all right.
Mucha shakapaka.
Yeah, you know. Your Jedi friend? I swear, if Darth Revan knew the types of crowds you were hanging around with these days. Still, I guess Revan's just a bad memory for you now. No use for me to linger on it.
Mokao danyafoki. Chachiska do punta kakaspaka. Bano oto. kakin cha na kwat na bon kon. Wana kumbes, chi pala mulek, tong ki pa nagnonek, tu nikton chun chun ke nemolek rabest, wuf mala nibokurk.
How exactly do you know Sarah here? She's a former Sith, and you're a Jedi. Hardly the most typical of companions. Secret, eh? What is it with you Jedi?
Tangabun shan nang. Wanga kun beast kin ba mulara choni yun tun gigi either dwana. Kava vulpa mulji gumana?
What? You don't enjoy my company?
Kipuna na bonsha. Kava dumpa kupaliaya moka pata.
I have my reasons. What you need to know is that the Korriban Wastes can be a dangerous place if you don't know them. I do, so I've come to offer my services to you as a guide. And the way I figure it, you wouldn't be heading to the Korriban Wastes for just any reason. It has to be important to you, which means it's probably also dangerous. You'll need all the help you can get. So what is it? They say Korriban's home to many evils. Which one will have the delight of your company? That much is obvious. I saw a lot of corpses on my way here. Still, you aren't exactly what I'd call a divine crusader. There is more to this.
Shachika ton mulaka wata yumaka wamahona nek. Ashantington unumani patoka wana kuna best chinga pala multonki. Ni bajoni yo la wish. Dopa yuma pasen lapti non goto.
And you have to get killed in the process? This all sounds like a repeat of the Formidable. Then, the consequence was another coma. What if this time it's even worse?
Randi ichawa tongbola Johnny Gu. Yumawama nibo lora waisha waga shichi.
Believe me when I say, if a Jedi Master is in the Korriban Wastes, he either has serious issues or he isn't a Jedi Master. I don't want to sound negative, but this won't end well. Trust me, you will need my help. There's a small tunnel just up ahead that will take us into the Korriban Wastes. From there, it'll be deserts, mountains, and Tukata as far as the eye can see. Verbal, has your scan picked anything up?
Master, you have startled me. Interrupting me during this delicate operation may inadvertently lead to the corruption of my sensors. Currently, the price of Class 9 sensors for the GE3 model are available from Zerka at a rate far beyond your current revenue, so I would advise that you...
Alright, I get your point. So, what are the results of your scan? Is there anything that should warrant our interest in the Korriban Wastes?
Unfortunately, my sensors have been unable to operate at an optimum efficiency for the duration of the scan. Feedback indicates that this interference has been caused by an electrical disturbance that originates from an unknown entity within the Korriban Wastes.
An unknown entity within the Korriban Wastes? Any idea what it could be?
Classification of this entity cannot be determined. I have insufficient data to perform an analysis. The precise location of this entity lies 8.05 kilometers to the west of our present location.
8.05 kilometers, that's pretty far. Farther than I've ever been. Farther than anyone has probably ever even seen. Your enthusiasm is inspiring, but I'm sure between here and your Jedi there will be plenty of things that can kill you if you let them. Don't underestimate the wastes. It'd be a big mistake. Though I guess when you're a Jedi, the impossible becomes routine.
Genchopa chawi tichok twis yun kun. Watu yama kama wona henak nek. Bugra shak kunti chiwa mchawa. Dong abuk shami nonok. Ni bajoni yo lak wish. Dopayuma pasen lapti non goto.
Now, this is something I didn't expect to find. Looks like a door of some kind. Verbal, the entity you detected, are we close?
If the data gathered by my sensors is accurate, the precise location of this entity is within the vicinity of our present location.
Then I guess whatever it is lies beyond that door.
Randi ichawa tongbola Johnny Gu. Yumawama nibo lora waisha waga shichi.
This door is extremely ancient, although, if I'm not mistaken, there are signs of recent activity. Someone's definitely passed through here. Damn, locked tight. I guess I shouldn't be surprised. Things were never going to be that easy. This door is made out of solid rock. It just isn't gonna happen. If anyone has any bright ideas, now might be the best time to share them.
Mucho shakapaka. Yi ki kun no ba muladra ki chichon.
I have a bad feeling about this. Verbal, I need you to stay behind. I want some insurance in case things don't go our way.
Master, don't be irrational. If I stay here, then I cannot acquire the data I need to perform an analysis of the entity.
Fine. Let me put it to you this way. Whoever or whatever is in this structure, they will probably want to harm you, to damage your superior workmanship. So by choosing to enter the structure, you are technically choosing also to harm yourself. Wouldn't that be against your programming?
Master, your logic is correct. It would be against my programming. I will stay here then, and await further instruction.
And don't talk to any strangers while I'm gone, regardless of how many upgrades they offer you.
I would much like to examine the entity that was interfering with my sensors. Yet I find myself here, with nothing to look forward to other than the rusting of my joints.
What is this place? It's amazing.
Ni bajoni yo lak wish, dopayumas pasan lati nongoto. Ni bajoni yo lak wish, dopayumas pasan lati nongoto. Hachu apanki, jishawa anibong kasha, chonasi, ichua byongbo joni, minamambato mule ra, hakugri katgoda parabola. Tanga boksha nagnong, kin kun shin kin, nikin kun na bule mule raji kun, chuni yun ni jiji aldwana, kava volpa muli kumana. Tanga boksha nagnong, kin kun shin kin, nikin kun na bule mule raji kun, chuni yun ni jiji aldwana, Kava volpa muli kumana, bona na kachu, kicha badwang, wanga kum kiba bu mulera, kakin chak nawa gawa bakon, donk kiba nukunek, tanga boksha nagnong. Hakuji kopa, jino mularak kampiak, slimjo puanwandwana. Kakin cha na kwat na ponkon, wanakumbes, chi pala mulek, tonki pa nagnonek, tu nikton chun chun ke nemolek rabest, wuf mala nibokurk. Kipuna na bonsha, kava dumpa kupaliaya moka pata.
And so at last, you have come.
Ni bajoni yo lak wish, dopayumas pasen lati nongoto.
You have risked much to come here, my former pupil. You have survived the trials on the residential level, you have traversed the Korriban wastes, and you have discovered this ancient temple, this Temple of Shadow. You were always strong in both body and spirit. It is why I chose you as my Padawan learner. Even in the moment I first met you, I could recognize the potential soaring within what was then merely a child I then chose to rescue from what would have been a fleeting life of insignificance on the streets of Sliheiron. It was in your potential to become my protege, to become the greatest of Jedi, yet you became what stands before me, a shell.
Shachika don mulaka watayumaka wamahona nek. Ashantington unumani patoka wanakuna best chinga pala multonki.
They say fate often works in mysterious ways. I survived Terrace because I was meant to survive, because it was intended that I wake amongst the rubble born anew, a changed man. As you have become a slave to a master, equally are you a master to a slave. The Arcanian, what worth do you find in him? I merely see a man, ruled by passion, yet afraid to embrace it.
Better than a crazed Jedi. Better than a murdering Jedi.
I once told someone that choice cannot exist without consequence. If my actions serve to condemn me as a murderer, then so be it. It was necessary.
Kin kun shopeshwa bah mulir Selima wanga kun bitkin.
I could no longer risk his interference, so for now I have removed him. He was an unexpected, unpredictable factor in our reunion.
Kavadumpa kapalia monapata bonanakachu. Yin kin kun no ba mule rachi kun tong nabun shanuyang.
Matilda, it is the name I gave you that would always serve to remind you of what you once were and what you have since become. Yet now you are before me. I see that what was once the child on Sliheron is now gone. In its stead is a creature that was spawned from the tragedy of the Mandalorian Wars.
Hachu apanki, jishawa anibong kasha chona si ichua byongbo joni. Minamambato mule ra, hakugri katgota parabola.
If only you knew what I now know, would you so willingly have accepted those consequences? Do not act surprised. I know that Tilana's death made you question a great many things surrounding your role in the Mandalorian Wars. It is that part of you that manifested itself in the mining tunnels. It is the remnants of your forsaken identity.
Ni bajoni yo lak wish, dopayumas pasen lapti non goto.
This identity, it had a name, didn't it? Can you remember? Do you even know? Yes, Shana May. It is the name of the one I found on Sliheron. It is the name of the one I raised, the name of the one I trained. It is the name of the one who betrayed me, who was corrupted and then sacrificed to become a tool of war.
Ni bajoni yo lak wish, dopayumas pasen lapti non goto.
And I hold these answers. You know this. It is why you have come here. Come with me, for only together can we reclaim the identity that was sacrificed. I can give you back your purpose, your life.
Watawama muliri kin kun shopeshwa no ba mule raji. Jone yuturi yanchi either bola unchi chinek bah mulir Selima wanga kun bitkin.
Unfortunate, yet it is the response I expected. I hold the answers to your questions, yet as before you react with aggression. This matters not. I am more than willing to cleanse your mind of this and all other weakness through the fires of combat. Unfamiliar Sith techniques, but at its most basic form, your combat style is still Ichani. You cannot defeat me. You are stronger than I had anticipated, but not strong enough. Fall, it is inevitable.
Kipuna na bonsha. Kavadumpa kupaliaya mokapata.
The end. This is merely the beginning.
Selima wanga kun bitkin.
The beginning of my revenge. Jedi Master I once was. I will be born anew as a greater being, a being of power. You are nothing to me now.
Ni bajoni yo lak wish. Dopayumas pasen lapti non goto.
There was once power here, ancient and timeless. It was born from the betrayals of old. That power was contained within an artifact. An artifact which was stolen from its resting place, and then in consequence of your master's actions destroyed. Yet the power contained within survived and was scattered. This place, it is more than a mere temple. It harbors a focal point for the power, a point in which its scattered remnants can be concentrated and then fused together. The process of reunification is complicated and time-consuming, yet as you can see, it has now reached a point where the power was able to once again take form and help me in my time of need. Do not perceive these beings as individuals, as any concept of identity was lost to them a millennia ago. They have no will, no ambition, and no emotion. They each serve merely as slaves to the dominant will.
Ni bajoni yo lak wish. Dopayumas pasen lapti non goto.
The ancient, timeless power. It was itself personified in the form of a single being. It is said he was once a leader, and that all who followed him as he wrought the ancient betrayals which condemned him shared his fate. But now, thanks to you and your master, both will be reborn. Akira Khan's sin and the Brotherhood of Shadow will rise again.
Kin kun shopeshwa bah muli selima wanga kun bikin.
You are still within the Temple of Shadow, an ancient structure from an age ago that was built to house what remained of the Brotherhood of Shadow. This is the temple's main chamber, where the focal point for the Brotherhood of Shadow's scattered power is situated.
Kipuna, bona na kichu.
I have restrained you using the Force. I assure you, Shaname, it will be for your own good.
Kipuna na bonsha. Kavadumpa kupaliaya mokapata.
Calm yourself, Shaname. They are safe, they are secure.
Kipuna, bona na kichu.
Search your feelings, Shaname, and you will realize that I have no reason to deceive you. I speak only truth. And truth, it seems, may be the only thing left of significance in what was once a promising life. You could have become so much. Yet you became so little. You have no individuality, you have no identity, and any indication you have of free will is an illusion. Tell me, in your own words, what is your purpose?
Randi I chawa tongbola Johnny Ku. Yumawamanibo Lora Waisha Waga Shichi.
Was it your own choice to become this tool of war? Was it your own choice to follow Revan to the Mandalorian Wars and beyond? To forsake and sacrifice everything of significance in your life, including your very identity?
Kakin cha na guat na bon kon. Wanakumbes chi pala mulek tonki pa nagnonek. Tu nikton chun ke nemolek rabest. Wufmala nibo gurk.
But was it fate? Was it your own choice? No, you did not choose. You were chosen. It was all a manipulation which thrust you towards war, a manipulation which provoked your betrayal, and a manipulation that compelled you to sacrifice everything for a cause that wasn't even your own. And always behind those manipulations was Revan.
Ni bajoni yo lak wish. Dopayumas pasen lapti non goto.
Tell me, Are you familiar with force bonding? It was not a concept we had covered in great depth, as I preferred to keep my tutelage focused on the arts of combat.
Tanga bok sha nagnong, kin kun shin kin, nikin kun na bule mule raji kun, shuni yun ni jiji aldwana, kava volpa muli kumana?
Yes, that is what has been accepted within the Jedi Order as the links in which Force sensitives can communicate with one another through the Force. Feelings and imagery, nothing more. But what if I told you that the communication of feelings and imagery is but the beginning of what can be achieved using Force bonding? What if I told you that through Force bonding, an individual can inspire a mindless devotion within the mind of another? And what if I told you that all of this can be achieved passively without the subject even realizing they are being manipulated? Did you never wonder why so many Jedi chose to follow Revan into darkness? Revan used what was possible with Force bonding as a means to inspire loyalty in those Jedi. A loyalty towards battle, a loyalty towards the dark side.
Kipuna na bonsha. Kavadumpa kupaliaya mokapata.
Some of the Jedi needed to be significantly manipulated, whilst others needed just a gentle push. It did not matter to Revan. The art of manipulation had already been mastered over the course of the Mandalorian Wars.
Bonana kachu, kicha badwang, wanga kumkiba bu mulera, kakin chak nawagawa bakon, donk kiba nukunek. Tanga bok sha nagnong.
Understand that to use Force bonding to manipulate others is no easy task, even for one as powerful as Revan. To master, it requires a great commitment of time, patience, and a willing subject.
Selima wanga kunbikin.
Yes, you were the first, and arguably the greatest of Revan's manipulations. Over the course of the Mandalorian Wars, the Force bond Revan created between you allowed him to determine the links in which this form of bonding could be used as a tool of manipulation. Whatever its limitations, whatever its strengths, whatever its weaknesses, you suffered from all. And ultimately, it was this bond that transformed you from what was once my Padawan into a being so fanatically obsessed with adhering to Revan's will that everything else, even your very identity, was seen as insignificant and thus subconsciously discarded.
Shachika ton mulaka watayumaka wamahona nek. Ashantington unumani patoka. Wana kuna best chinga pala multonki. Ni bajoni yo lak wish. Dopayuma pasen lapti non goto.
The Force bond that Revan created between you, it became itself so central to your life that you became completely dependent on its continued existence to retain stability. And when Revan was incapacitated and the bond was suddenly broken, the shock of its loss was a horror beyond your ability to withstand. You could not grasp the concept of existing again as an individual, and so you lost consciousness. In truth, it should have killed you.
Hachu apanki, jishawa anibong kasha, chona si ichua byongbo joni, minamambato mule ra, hakugri katkota parabola.
You were a test subject, and those were merely some of its consequences. Revan used what had been learned from your manipulation to help shape what became the Sith Empire.
Shagji kina lorcha watamwana, kin kun shishikin, ni kin kun ban mulara jikun, wama kun bes, ching pala mule, tune rana nuprata, donko searcha domatama?
Betrayal is the way of the Sith. In you, Revan had found a servant who would always be loyal.
Shachika ton mulaka watayumaka wamahona nek. Ashantington unumani patoka. Wana kuna best chinga pala multonki.
Yes, and it was that manipulation which, during the finality of the Mandalorian Wars, pushed you over the edge and past the point of no return.
Shachika ton mulaka watayumaka wamahona nek. Ashantington unumani patoka. Wana kuna best chinga pala multonki.
Do you remember, Shauna May? The field of battle, the screams, the explosions, the death. Do you remember the Battle of Melkor 5?
Tanga bok sha nagnong kin kun shin kin nikin kun na bule mule raji kun chuni yun ni jiji aldwana kava volpa muli kumana bona na kachu kicha badwang wanga kum kiba bu mule ra kakin chak nawa gawa bakon donk ki ba nukunek tanga bok sha nagnong hachu apanki Jishawa anibong ka sha chona si ichua byongbo joni minamambato mule ra hakugri katgodala parabola genchopa chawi tichok twiz yun kun watuyama kama wona henak nek bugra shak kunti chiwa chawa dong abuk shami nonok Kakin cha na kwat na bon kon wanakumbes chi pala mulek tong ki pa nagnonek tu nikton chun chun ke nemolek rabest wuf mala nibo gurk bona na kachu kicha badwang wanga kum kiba bu mulera kakin chak nawa gawa bakon donk ki ba nukunek tanga bok sha nagnong Kakin cha na kwat na bon kon wanakumbes chi pala mulek tong ki pa nagnonek tu nikton chun chun ke nemolek rabest wuf mala nibo gurk rundi I chawa tong bola Johnny ku yumawama nibo lora waisha waga shichi Kavadumpa kapaliamo na pata, bona na kachu. Yin kin kun no ba mule rachi kun, tong na bun shanuyang. Rundi I chawa tong bola Johnny ku, yumawama nibo lora waisha waga shichi.
The dark side is strong in this place. I can feel its power.
Tangabun shan nang. Wanga kun beast kin ba mulara choni yun tun jiji either dwana. Kava volpa mulji gumana? Kipuna na bonsha. Kava dumpa kupaliaya mokapata. Kakin cha na kwat na bonkon. Wanakumbes chi pala mulek tong ki pa nagnonek. Tu nikton chun chun ke nemolek rabest. Wuf mala nibo gurk. Tanga bok sha nak nong. Kin kun shin kin. Nikin kun na bule mule raji kun. Chuni yun ni jiji aldwana. Kava volpa muli kumana. Tanga bun shan nong. Wanga kun bist kin ba mula ra. Choni yun tun jiji ida dwana. Kava volpa mulji kumana. Rundi I chawa tongbola Johnny Ku. Yumawama nibo lora waisha waga shichi. Kakin cha na kwat na bon kon. Wana kumbes chi pala mulek. Tongki pa nagnonek. Tu nikton chun ke nemolek rabest. Uf mala nibo kurk. China pala mule. Tongki ba non tontek. Tunni chachon kun ne mule rabast. Rundi I chawa tongbola Johnny Ku. Yumawama nibo lora waisha waga shichi. Mucho shakapaka. Yi ki kun no ba mula draki chichon.
Children of the Mandalore, this is our greatest of hours, the moment where we at last break free from the chains that have long shackled us to the defeat of the great Sith War. Hail the glorious dead. It is their sacrifice that has allowed us to move forward and meet this destiny. Each and every Mandalorian, from the Mandalore himself to the newest of recruits, is each blessed with a duty to preserve the honor of our culture through the embrace of the Mandalorian way. War is our way. We Mandalorians recognize that as we fight on the field of battle, we fight because it is in our nature to fight, to conquer through crusade. War is our way. We Mandalorians recognize that retreat, negotiation, and surrender are words of no meaning. There is either victory or there is death. War is our way. We Mandalorians recognize that on the battlefield, where our enemies see only horror, we see pleasure. Where our enemies see only torment, we see joy. And where our enemies see only slaughter, we Mandalorians see purpose. Because it is in war that one is granted purpose. It is in war that one finds definition. Here at Malachor 5, we Neo-Crusaders will find that definition. It is our destiny.
Kipuna na bonsha. Kavadumpa kupaliaya mokapata. Kakin cha na kwat na bonkon. Wanakumbes chi pala mulek. Tongki pa nagnonek. Tu nikton chun ke nemolek rabest. Ufmala nibo kurk. Hachu apanki, jishawa anibong kasha chonasi ichua byongbo joni. Minamamato mule ra, hakugri katgota parabola. Rundi I chawa tongbola Johnny Ku. Yumawama nibo lora waisha waga shichi.
I am under no delusions, my children. I understand how crucial a situation we are in. The Republic has pushed us from Onderon, from Althir, from Duxon. These are worlds we captured at the cost of countless Mandalorian lives. Our sacrifices are many, our victories now few, but our resolve has never been greater. We can defeat the Republic here. We can begin to reclaim the ground that they have taken from us. But only if you continue to embrace the Mandalorian way and commit yourselves completely to war. Seek honor through battle and bring boundless glory to the Mandalorian peoples. War.
Kakin cha na kwat na bon kon, wanakumbes chi pala mulak tongki pa na nonek, tu nikton chun chun ke nemolek rabest, ufmala ni bokurk. Mucho shakapaka, yi ki kon no ba muladra ki chichon. Hachu apanki, jishawa anibon ka sha chonasi ichua byongbo jone. Minamambato mule ra, hakugri katgota parabola. Rundi ichawa tongbola Johnny ku, yumawama nibo lora waisha waga shichi.
Warriors, you continue to fight our enemies with every ounce of strength that remains in your bodies. There is a great honor in your struggle and in your sacrifice. I commend you for your efforts, for there is no greater death than one found on the field of battle. As warriors, this is a duty you must confront, the fate you must accept, and I, Mandalore, leader of the Mandalorians, have a duty that I too must confront, a fate that I too must accept. The Jedi have infiltrated our line and boarded my ship in an effort to terminate my command. This was an unforeseen and unpredictable move, and one that marks the arrival of an equally unpredictable Jedi to this battlefield. The Jedi you know and fear as Revan has taken command of the Republic forces here. I once dismissed Revan as merely another pacifistic Jedi who did not understand the truth of war. In this arrogance, I refuse to understand the truth of my own. Revan is a charismatic leader, a renowned technician, and an expert strategist. To underestimate this Jedi was our failing. It was my failing. But it is not a failing that I will repeat this day. I will meet this foe in a single combat and fight Revan on the field of battle. I will be prepared. I will be victorious. Now, as I depart to face the fate that lay before me, I ask of you, warriors, my children, that you remain loyal to the end, to your purpose, and to your leader. In turn, I will remain loyal to you, as I always have. Revel in your time, my children. Serve the Mandalorians, and they in turn will serve you.
Hachu apanki, jishawa anibon ka sha chonasi ichua byongbo jone. Minamambato mule ra, hakugri katgota parabola. Rundi ichawa tongbola Johnny ku, yumawama nibo lora waisha waga shichi. Mucho shakapaka, yi ki kon no ba muladra ki chichon. Kavadumpa kapalia monapata, bonanakachu. Yin kin kun no ba mule rachi kun, tong na bon sha nuyang, ki puna na bon sha. Kavadumpa kupaliaya moka pata. Ni bajoni yo la wish, dopayumas pasen lapti mongutu. Tanga boksha nagnong, kin kun shin kin, nikin kun na bule mule raji kun, shuni yun ni jiji aldwana, kava volpa muli kumana, rundi ichawa tongbola Johnny ku, yumawama nibo lora waisha waga shichi, hachu apanki, tanga boksha nagnong, dopayumas pasen lapti mongutu.
innocent, isn't it? This is warfare in its most purest of forms, a battle fought by warriors whose hatred for one another has cleansed their minds of lesser passions and focused all their energies towards a single undeniable urge, the urge to destroy each other. There is much honor to be found in such a battle, and to a Mandalorian, honor is what drives us. Honor is what feeds our existence with purpose and meaning. To a Mandalorian, honor is and always has been everything. Welcome to the Battle of Malachor 5, Revan. We meet at last. Mandalorians, the Republic, both are civilizations fighting over territory, resources, and ideologies. We are creatures bound by our own desire to expand our sphere of influence beyond the sanctuary of our own borders. It is in this desire to force our truths upon the peoples of the galaxy that our war was born from. War is the ultimate test for any civilization, for in it one finds definition. Revan, you of all people know this to be truth. In this war you sought purpose, you sought definition, and through your methods, through the millions you have sacrificed in your pursuit of victory, you found that definition. You, Revan, you are a Mandalorian in all but name. Revan, you have brought great honor to yourself and to your once spineless republic. We are enemies, but at heart we are both warriors, and as a warrior I have come to respect you for the strength you have shown through your actions on the battlefield. It is why I now extend my hand to you in friendship. At heart you are of the Mandalore. You crave battle, and our way grants you purpose. It satisfies a hunger that not the Republic nor even the Jedi could satisfy. We embrace your desire for war and see it for what it truly is, strength. Think of the feats we could accomplish together, Revan. With I as Mandalore, leader of the Mandalorians, and you, Revan, my chief strategist, we could lead the galaxy into a new age of prosperity and triumph. A galaxy fueled by the might of the Mandalorian war machine, bringing a period of strength and expansion like no other. Revan, we can shape a new Mandalorian golden age. What say you? Will you renounce your loyalties to the Republic and to the Jedi? Will you begin anew, a greater being? Will you join me? Then you will die here, and all that you fought to defend, to reclaim, will be destroyed. There will be a Mandalorian golden age, Revan, an age fueled by conquest and defined through war. It will be a haven for warriors, the one place where our cravings for battle will forever be satisfied. The judgment is decided. Our battle will mark the end of one age and the beginning of another. Long have I sought to test my skills against you, Revan. Rejoice. Ours will be a glorious combat. Prepare yourself.
I yield before your power. You are the superior warrior. I may be defeated, but as long as a single Mandalorian lives, as long as a new Mandalore is chosen, we will survive. Do not think to hide your true nature from me, Revan. I see the truth within you. I see it within your combat, within the tactics you employ on the battlefield, and within the countless lives, both Mandalorian and of your own Republic, that will be lost this day to further your own agenda. You do not fight to save the Republic, nor to defend its people. You are like Ulek Queldroma, like Exar Kun. Within you I see the teachings of the Sith. Your soldiers, your allies, the Mandalorians, they were all used by you as tools and then discarded. Each battle, each victory, it was never about the joy of battle, the urge to destroy us, or achieving honor through conflict. Terris, Duxon, Elthir, and now Malachor, in each of these massacres committed against my people, committed against your own people, always was your objective the same. You sought to bring the men and women who followed you to war under your influence, to control them, to use them, all of them, to fulfill your own agenda. Then, Revan, I ask of you, from one warrior to another, what remains for my role in this war?
Hachu apanki, jishawa anibong kasha, jonasi, ichua byongbo joni, minamambato mule ra, hakugri katkoda parabola, kakin cha na kwat na bon kon, wanakumbes, chi pala mulek, tonki pa na nonek, tu nikton chun ke nemolek rabest, ufmala nibo kurk, rundi ichawa tombola joni ku, yumawama nibo lora waisha waga shichi. Tanga boksha nagnong, kin kun shin kin, nikin kun na bule mule raji kun, chuni yun ni jiji aldwana, kava volpa muli kumana, bona na kachu, kicha badwang, wanga kum kiba bu mule ra, kakin chak nawa gawa bakon, donk kiba nukunek, tanga boksha nagnong. Genchopa chawi tikjok twiz yun kun, watu yama kama wuna henak nek, bugra shak kunti chiwa chawa, dong abuk shami nonok. Hachu apanki, jishawa anibong kasha, jonasi, ichua byongbo joni, minamambato mule ra, hakugri katkoda parabola. Genchopa chawi tikjok twis yun kun. Watuyama kama wona henak nek. Bugra shak kunti chiwa mchawa. Dong abuk shami nonok. Kakin cha na kwat na bon kon. Wana kumbes chi pala mulak. Tong ki pa na nonek. Tu nikton chun chun ke nemolek rabest. Uf mala ni bokurk. Bona na kachu. Kicha badwang. Wanga kum kiba bu mulera. Kakin chak nawagawa bakon. Donk kiba nukunek. Tong abuk sha nagnong. Rundi I chawa tongbola Johnny Ku, Yumawama nibo Lora Waisha Waga Shichi.
Ubapatu Kochi, Tong Nongbong Shang Nungyan, Tong Patok Smakdelia. Yatuka Ulwan Kinkuna Ba Murira, Rachikun, Mucha Shakpanpa. La Bodani Winky Smaktoma. Wana kumbes chingpa marulira, tok chingbang non kek, tok ninja murira rabes. Ocho apanki, wanga kumbes dobiki kunyana, tong patok smakdelia. Tiska du suki gumba na bona naikachu, agto inkotu, topa da bunkwalya gandonago chuchut, kapachi kuita hotonga, yalamo inkotun. Jiloba mulirani bobo. Wango kumbes gang, ba mamarulira, kuyabi juskuna jitanai. Ina kun ba marulira rachikun, slimo patona. Undi hodonga chihongabi, jawana bota ayuata honga chakanki dora. Kachi kuita hodonga. Topa da bungwalia gando do nago chuchut. Musha papampa, bola wana chikne. Ba muli slemo, boda wanga kumbes mulira rabes. Kuyabi juskuna jitanai. Ina kun ba marulira rachikun, slimo patona. Undi hodonga chihongabi. La boda ni winki smaktoma. Wana kumbes chingpa marulira. Tok chingbang non kek. Tok ninja murira rabes. Ubapatu konchi. Tong nongbong shang nungyan. Tong patok smakdelia. Yatuka ulwan kinkuna ba murira. Rachikun. Mucha shakpanpa. La boda ni winki smaktoma. Wana kumbes chingpa marulira. Tok chingbang non kek. Tok ninja murira rabes. Kuyabi juskuna jitanai. Ina kun ba marulira rachikun. Slimo patona. Undi hodonga chihongabi. La boda ni winki smaktoma. Wana kumbes chingpa marulira. Tok chingbang non kek. Tok ninja murira rabes. Kuyabi juskuna jitanai. Ina kun ba marulira rachikun. Slimo patona. Undi hodonga chihongabi. Jawana bota ayuata honga chakanki dora. Kachi kuita hodonga. Topa da bunkwalya gando do nago chuchut. Musha papampa, bola wana chikne. Bamuli slemo, boda wanga kumbes mulira rabes. Kuyabi juskuna jitanai. Ina kun ba marulira rachikun. Slimo patona. Undi hodonga chihongabi. Jawana bota ayuata honga chakanki dora. Kachi kuita hodonga. Topa da bunkwalya gando do nago chuchut. Musha papampa, bola wana chikne. Bamuli slemo, boda wanga kumbes mulira rabes. Ubapatu konchi. Tong nongbong shang nungyan. Tong patok smakdelia. La boda ni winki smaktoma. Wana kumbes chingpa marulira. Tok chingbang non kek. Tok ninja murira rabes.
Oh, my head. This kind of pain brings back memories. I haven't felt this bad since Figaro 6, and that's saying something. What is this? Some sort of reunion? Mechanique, what are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to be on the Orion, doing what mechanics do and fixing things?
Ubapatu konchi. Tong nongbong shang nungyan. Tong patok smakdelia.
That's great, that really is. You're joking, right? Please tell me you're joking.
La boda ni winki smaktoma. Wana kumbes chingpa marulira. Tok chingbang non kek. Tok ninja murira rabes.
I knew things were going to get worse once I left with Captain Drexel after the mutiny, but not this bad. His successor must have been one lousy captain. Where is Sarah Dagana? Last thing I remember, she was confronting Solomon. I don't like him. He knows more about me than he has any right to. Wait just a minute, Jedi. First, I want some answers. I want the truth. Serah Dagana is a Dark Jedi. That I already know, but not just an ordinary Dark Jedi. There's something special about her, isn't there? And the same can be said about you. There's a secret you're hiding. You're not just another Jedi, are you? How does a Jedi become so friendly with a Dark Jedi? Why are all the crew members on the Orion dead? And who is this Solomon guy? And why does he have such an interest in Serah Dagana? Bad news and me go way back. I'm used to dealing with it. I take it back. I take it back. I'm used to dealing with bad news, but this is on a whole different level. You're Revan? The same Revan who defeated the Mandalorians? Who betrayed the Republic and created the Sith Empire? How is that possible? What of this Brotherhood of Shadow? You say there's some kind of ancient Sith cult? And they were the ones responsible for killing the crew members of the Orion? And Serah Dagana, or the person I had come to know as Serah Dagana. Is everything you said about her true? Was she really your personal assassin? Is she really responsible for the deaths of so many people? This Jedi, this Solomon, so he was once Serah Dagana's Jedi Master before you turned her into a Sith. But then maybe the Solomon doesn't want to hurt Serah Dagana after all. Maybe he just wants to bring her back to the Jedi. Considering you are the former Dark Lord of the Sith, don't take it too personal if I don't completely trust you, okay? But one thing's for certain, we can't let Solomon resurrect this Brotherhood of Shadow. I won't allow what happened on the Orion to be repeated. What about you? You're a mechanic, aren't you? Don't you have any ideas on how to deactivate a force cage from the inside or something? That stupid droid has a name. He's called Mechanique. You just gave me an idea. Verbal. He's still waiting for us outside the temple, remember? If I can get in contact with him, he might be able to make his way to this room and then deactivate the force cages for us. When I traveled on the Orion, the folk and places we visited weren't always friendly to outsiders. After you've spent a few nights in a prison cell next to what remains of the last guy who made your mistake, you'll learn a thing or two about the importance of having a backup plan if things don't go your way. Here's a little thing I like to keep hidden for a situation like this. This device will allow me to communicate with another using a special untraceable signal. And naturally, attached to Verbal's frame is a receiver for that signal. This should allow me to open a channel of communication between us. Pretty clever, huh? If Verbal stays out of sight, he might be able to get here without causing a commotion. His legs have been modified to grant him an increased speed of movement, so I'd say his chances are pretty favorable. Don't worry, I have no plans on leaving Serah Dagana in this place by herself, and intend to do whatever I can to rescue her. Verbal, come in, over. Verbal, come in. Do you respond? Over. Verbal, come in. Answer me, you stupid droid. Verbal, come in. Over. Verbal, come in. Do you respond? Over. Verbal, come in. Answer me, you stupid droid.
Master, you startled me again. I thought I had made it perfectly clear that you want to cease such carelessness in the future.
This isn't the time, Verbal. Listen to me. We've been captured and we've been imprisoned somewhere within the temple. We need you to rescue us.
Rescue you? But Master, I am a droid programmed to aid in communication and reconnaissance. I do not know how to rescue you.
Verbal, I don't have the time or the patience to argue with you. You need to get yourself into the temple, find us, access a control terminal, and shut down the force cages.
Master, you should know better than to place your trust in a strange computer. How can you determine that this terminal in question is the one responsible for the operation of the force cages?
Verbal, get yourself into the temple and rescue us! But be careful. I have a feeling that some crazies from the residential level will still be around somewhere. Avoid combat at all costs and sneak past anyone between yourself and my location. I'm counting on you, Verbal. Kobayashi out.
Master, when will you ever learn? Unless my photoreceptors are malfunctioning, this doesn't look like a very pleasant place to be imprisoned in. Master is located somewhere within the vicinity. The source of my master's signal is located at the other side of this locked door. I have located a key. I must use it to unlock the detention room.
Verbal, I knew you could make it here.
Master, there you are. My sensors indicate that your temperature has rose and your heart rate has quickened. Are you being affected by the presence of the force cage? Are you suffering from claustrophobia?
I'm not suffering from claustrophobia. I just don't like being stuck in such a small space. Now hurry up and release us. Access the terminal.
I overload my circuits with worry for you, Master. I really do.
That's much better. About time I got some space to move around a little. Make sure you grab your gear before we head out. It's bound to be around here somewhere.
Kuyabi Juskuna Jitanai. Ina kun mama rulira rachikun. Slimo patona. Undi hadonga chihonkabi.
Are you fully equipped? I can only see it getting hairy from here on out, and I don't think you'll get another chance. I figured a former Republic war hero turned Dark Lord of the Sith wouldn't need much time to get prepared for battle. Guess I was right.
Kuyabi Juskuna Jitanai. Ina kun mama rulira rachikun. Slimo patona. Undi hadonga chihonkabi.
For a mechanic, you do an awful lot of thinking.
What are you so afraid of, Mechanique? Don't you remember all those adventures we had on the Orion? Don't you remember how many times we got ourselves in and out of situations like this?
Ubapatu Kochi. Tom Nongbong Shang Yungyang. Tom Katox Bacteria.
So what is our next move? Where do we go from here? And don't forget Sarah Dagana. She saved my neck more than a few times on the Orion. And now it's time for me to repay the favor.
Kuyabi Juskuna Jitanai. Ina kun mama rulira rachikun. Slimo patona. Undi hadonga chihonkabi.
Sarah! Sarah, it's me, Kobayashi! We've come to rescue you, to get you out of this awful place! Sarah! Sarah Dagana, come on, girl, answer me! Look at me, anything!
Yatuka Ulwan Kinkuna ba Murira, Rachikun, Mucha Shakpampa, Jawana Bota Ayuata Honga Chakanki Dora, Kachikuita Hodonga, Topada Bunkwalia Gando Donado Chuchut, Muksha Papampa, Bolawana Chikne, Bamuli Slemo, Bodawanga, Kunbes Murira Rabest.
She in a trance or something? What has Solomon done to her?
Ubabatu Konchi, Tong Nongbong Shang Nungyang, Tong Patok Smaktelia.
I don't care about your stupid treasure, Hanik. I'm here for Sarah. I'm here to rescue her, and I'm going to do just that. It's time to get out of this place and back to a world where things make sense.
Tragic, isn't she? She was once my pupil, my protege. I rescued her from a life of insignificance and then gave her calling, a purpose. Many years did she spend under my tutelage, learning, training, and honing the skills that would see her through any trials that life would pose to her. She was once on a path that would have shaped her into a mighty warrior, fit to be called a living embodiment of what my people, the Ichani, embrace as principle, as tradition. Yet that destiny, the destiny she had trained all her life to meet, was not to be. She was deceived, manipulated, and then shaped into a tool of war by a force beyond her understanding. This woman, she once had a name, Shauna May. The same Shauna May who you, Revan, stripped of her history, her culture, her identity. The same Shauna May who you, Revan, transformed into an instrument of your will. The same Shauna May who you, Revan, stole from me. And now the two of us finally have come face to face without distraction. Welcome, Revan. Welcome to the Chamber of Shadow. Surely you must have known that this confrontation was inevitable. It was a judgment decided when you chose to destroy the woman who was once my Padawan. Since my death at Terrace, all of what was important to me has been rendered meaningless. No longer do I care for the fates of the Jedi, the Republic, or the galaxy. I only care to pursue the single undeniable calling that fate has thrust towards me. To destroy you and all the depravities that your manipulations have spawned. It is a calling that drives me. It is a calling that has empowered me. And it is a calling that will serve to vindicate me for my failure at Terrace. To destroy you, Revan, it will be my revenge. And the Brotherhood of Shadow are the key to attaining that revenge. I will revive them, and I will use them as tools to destroy you and your empire of Sith. But before we settle our score, I sense you lack fulfillment. You lack answers. I wish only to fight you when you are at your best, so ask and I will answer. Shauna May, the one who I created, the one who you destroyed. You are wrong. Shauna May was my pupil, not the shell I see before me. I act to deliver a rightful vengeance to who she once was, not what she has since become. Do not underestimate her usefulness. Like you, she is an essential part of the resurrection process for the Brotherhood of Shadow. And she has proved a useful tool to lure you here. The remnants of our bond allowed her to determine a great many things, including my presence on Korriban and the movements I have made across it. By pure chance, I acquired information detailing the crew members which served upon the stolen Republic ship you know as the Orion. One of those crew members was a female Twi'lek named Sarah Degana. Sarah Degana is an anagram of Anaged Eris, an ancient Ichani queen that is said to be the one most responsible for modern-day Ichani culture. At the height of a rule which saw significant cultural expansion, she was betrayed by those closest to her and banished from Ichani territories to live the rest of her life on foreign worlds. Shauna May, although not Ichani by birth, was considered to be one in spirit, and thus was well versed in the culture and histories of my people. Although I find it curious as to why she chose that as her alias. After Terrace, I was under the impression that she cared little for her people's culture anymore. Having already been weakened as a result of the ritual process, she was not in the best of conditions to learn of the truth behind your grand manipulation of her. Broken by these revelations, she has since been consumed by the dark side energies that infest this chamber. I doubt anyone, least of all you, will be able to reach her through the hatred and self-loathing I sense she now feels. Ask, and I will answer. Once I was a revered member of the Jedi Order that died, only to be born anew, a greater being. When I fought and defeated Shauna May during what is now called the Second Battle of Terrace, I made the mistake of underestimating the ferocity of the retreating Mandalorians. When they destroyed the walkway beneath my feet, I plunged into the darkness, leaving everything of significance behind forever. When I awoke, I was defeated. I was broken. I was alone. Trapped beneath what seemed like a mountain of rubble, I was forced to enter into a meditation to slowly heal my broken body. In this slumber, I became unaware of the events that transpired in the galaxy around me. Yet sometimes I caught a fleeting glimpse of my former Padawan's mind, as if some remnants of the bond we shared still existed. It was these glimpses that allowed me to piece together the truth behind her betrayal. When my body was finally healed, I awoke from my meditations with the strength to free myself from my makeshift tomb. The galaxy around me had become a very different place. What was once Jedi was now Sith, and already had they turned on one another. I began my search for the being that was once Shauna May, because I knew that out of anyone it was she who could lead me to you, Revan. I somehow knew you were still alive, and I was right. I am a man who desires his revenge. Nothing more, yet nothing less. They were a necessary sacrifice. I needed something to coax Shauna May, and by extension, you out of hiding. It was not the result of this sacrifice, but the act itself which had purpose. The moment it happened, its tragedy was echoed across the currents of the Force. Ultimately, this echo was detected by Shauna May. Tragedy is commonplace, and each leaves its own imprint on the Force. Shauna May could only detect the disturbance because of who perpetrated it, her own master. Ask, and I will answer. I have learned much of the Brotherhood of Shadow from the artifacts' remains and the writings within this temple. They are not a force to be trifled with so lightly. The Brotherhood of Shadow was a faction within the Sith that originates from ancient times, when the Sith themselves were an actual species rather than merely an ideological view held by the corrupt. During an invasion of Korriban by an advanced race of aliens who referred to themselves as the Infinite Empire, the Brotherhood of Shadow was a faction of individuals that served the Sith King exclusively as a sect of highly skilled warriors and assassins. It is said that the strategies and tactics the Brotherhood of Shadow pioneered on that ancient battlefield was what ultimately brought about a victory for the Sith, despite the Infinite Empire's greater numbers and advanced technologies. This artifact you speak of, the one that you destroyed, its origins do not lie with the Sith, but rather with the Infinite Empire that tried to enslave them. The artifact seems to have been used as a form of punishment for the corrupt, one that separates mind from body and then casts it into imprisonment. It probably came into the Sith's possession around the time of the failed invasion. The ancient Sith were once ruled by a single man, a wise and powerful king named Addis. Under his rule, the Sith were a prosperous and honorable species who had ambitions to expand their influence across the stars, to create a galactic society based on principles not too dissimilar from the Ichanis. But these ambitions were quashed after Addis sacrificed himself to save his people from the enslavement of the Infinite Empire. Addis's Sith believed him to be immortal, and that his rule would thus be eternal. When Addis was killed, they were unprepared to deal with the vacuum of power that was created. At first, it was assumed that Addis's advisors, the Sith King's proclaimed successors, would be the ones to lead the Sith into the future, to claim the riches of an unknown galaxy, using the technology they had acquired from the Infinite Empire. Yet Akira Khan Sin, leader of the Brotherhood of Shadow, believed himself to be the one who should lead the Sith, and so he betrayed Addis's designated successors in an effort to install himself and his sect of assassins as the unchallenged rulers of the Sith peoples. Ultimately, the Brotherhood of Shadow was defeated, and their insurrection quashed. As punishment for their betrayal, Akira Khan Sin and his Brotherhood of Shadow were condemned to imprisonment within the Infinite Empire's artifact. It is there they would spend an eternity reflecting on the corruptions that had consumed them. Akira Khan Sin was the Sith who led the Brotherhood of Shadow, a faction of warriors and assassins who pioneered the strategies and tactics which ultimately defeated Korriban's alien invaders. He was said to be a charismatic figure, a powerful force user, and skilled in the arts of combat. When the Infinite Empire invaded Korriban, boasting advanced technologies and superior numbers, it was clear to Akira Khan Sin that they would never be victorious if the war was fought using an approach that relied solely upon brute force. Thus, the Brotherhood of Shadow was born, a sect of elite Sith warriors that chose to forsake the individualistic nature of their species and see themselves as a single entity, an entity that answered only to the Sith King. Whilst the Sith King's armies weathered the wrath of the Infinite Empire, it was the Brotherhood of Shadow that covertly waged a silent war behind the enemy's own lines, decimating its tactical and strategical competence by assassinating the key military figures responsible for coordinating the planetary invasion of Korriban. The repercussions of this silent war were soon felt as the Infinite Empire's armies began to collapse upon themselves in the absence of an effective command. Whilst personally leading the armies which bore the full might of the Infinite Empire, Addis, the King of the Sith, was killed. A dying King Addis entrusted the burden of kingship to be spread amongst his most trusted of advisors, proclaiming them the rightful successors to his rule. This move angered Akira Khan Sin, who believed himself to be the one worthy of leading the Sith peoples. After his insurrection was stopped, the rightful rulers of the Sith designated that Akira Khan Sin and his Brotherhood of Shadow be condemned to imprisonment within the Infinite Empire's artifact. The artifact itself was a crude device, not suited to harboring beings who wielded power on the scale of the Brotherhood of Shadow. I suspect as generations passed, Akira Khan Sin had learned how to interfere with the workings of the artifact from within, allowing him to gradually impose his will upon the great void that imprisoned him. But considering his physical body had long since been destroyed, he was unable to escape the artifact, only managing to project himself as a specter into our reality when an individual was foolish enough to tamper with the artifact. And even then, in our world, without the power of the artifact to provide for him, his spirit would have to leech from the life force of the living to fuel and maintain his presence here. The physical bodies of Akira Khan Sin and his Brotherhood of Shadow have long since been destroyed by the ravages of time. To exist in this reality, the spirits of these ancient warriors would have to assume control of actual living people. Hosts, if you will. But the true difficulty lies not with simply finding a host, but rather with finding a suitable host. In life, Akira Khan Sin was a powerful being, and so requires the body of an equally powerful subject. In his eyes, you would have seemed the most suitable of subjects to serve as the physical body for the Brotherhood of Shadow. The Temple of Shadow is an ancient and forgotten structure built by King Addis's designated successors to house the artifact which the Brotherhood of Shadow was imprisoned within. Constructed out of materials scavenged from a captured enemy temple, it also became the focal point for the Brotherhood of Shadow's power. Whilst it is true that through your actions the artifact was destroyed, the spirits trapped within survived. Within you, Revan, a Duros named Mechanic and Shana May are the remains of the Brotherhood of Shadow. When the artifact was destroyed, the Brotherhood of Shadow's fractured remnants penetrated all who had witnessed their destruction with intentions to leech from their life force in an effort to survive. Scattered and weakened, these remnants must be returned to the focal point, the place in which its essence can be restored and its power once again made whole. The focal point is this very chamber, the heart of the Temple of Shadow. The ritual I have performed on each of you, its purpose was to siphon the Brotherhood of Shadow's remnants from within you and allow them to be reunited. The raw concentration of energy that you see before you is for all intents and purposes the Brotherhood of Shadow. With its power reunited, all that remains for them is to find a means to exercise that power. A host. The power of the Brotherhood of Shadow lies in the ability to summon forth these creatures of betrayal at will, and only one, the dominant will, may exercise that power. When the Brotherhood of Shadow is introduced to a new host, the existing dominant will of the Brotherhood must confront and defeat the will of this host. The victor is granted the Brotherhood of Shadow's power, yet also suffers a loss of identity when they become its personification. Since ancient times, and more so since their imprisonment, the Brotherhood of Shadow, rather than seeing themselves as a group of individuals united by a cause, see themselves as merely a single entity. These beliefs were personified in the Brotherhood of Shadow's mantra, the Code of the Shadow. Ask, and I will answer. Then, at last, it is time. Shauna May, once an individual with an identity to call her own, now nothing but a hollow shell, yet she can still be salvaged of use. She will become the Brotherhood of Shadow's host when the reunited essence of the Brotherhood is introduced to her body. Her hate-filled spirit will gradually be consumed by Akira Khan's sin, the dominant will. Yet the power traditionally wielded by that dominant will shall no longer be theirs to grasp when they have fully consumed the spirit of their new host. Instead, through the force bond of master and apprentice, that power will be transferred to me. I will claim the Brotherhood of Shadow's power, yet I will not become their personification. I will retain my identity. I will remain Darius Solomon. So long for this day, my mind and my body are prepared to face you, to defeat you. Awaken, Shadow, and claim your prize of flesh. Brotherhood of Shadow's power is being transferred to my body. Soon I will have what I need to finally attain vengeance.
It's me, Kobayashi. You've got to wake up. You've got to break the bond. I know you can do it. I know you can beat this thing. I know you had a tough life, but you're still strong. You can still fight. You saw that on the Orion. Let's see it now. I know what it's like to lose everything, too. I was once a different Brotherhood. I was once a Jedi. Look into yourself, past the hatred, past the lies. Don't you see? We're the same. We're the same.
Randi ichawa tongbola Johnny Gu. Yumawamanibo Lora Waisha Waga Shichi.
Trust me, you don't want to know.
No! The connections have been broken prematurely. The Brotherhood of Shadow can no longer claim its host, and I can no longer claim their power. My power.
Hachu apanki, Jishawa anibong kasha, Jonasi, Ichua byongbo Johnny, Minamambato mule ra, Hakugri katgota parabola. Dong abuk shami no nok.
Hey, well, don't mention it. To be honest with you, I'm still trying to figure out how I actually got through to you. It's been a long time since I felt the Force strongly enough to actually do anything with it.
Hachu apanki, Jishawa anibong kasha, Jonasi, Ichua byongbo Johnny, Dopayumas pasen lapti non goto.
I can't say I've heard the term, but I was never the best Jedi. My master was a great woman, a bit like you in more than a few ways. Stubborn, but a great warrior. But they say a Jedi's life is sacrifice, and my master's was no exception. She lost her life one day as we fought to defend a settlement from a pirate raid on some obscure planet you've probably never heard of in the Outer Rim. I failed her because the Force failed me. It turned away from me, so I returned the favor. I was all alone. I was captured by the pirates who had slaughtered my master and too stricken with grief to do anything about it. I figured it was all over. But then he came.
Mucho shakapaga.
My savior. The man who I owe my life. Damon Drexel. He found me, killed my captives, and took me as his own. He was on the run back then, having just fled from the Sith in a stolen Republic ship he named the Orion. He sought a new life, a life which I admit appealed to me, so I joined him.
Hakuji kopa? Gino mularak kampiak slimjo puanwandwana?
Damon Drexel saved my life. Had he not disappeared, I'd still be with him now.
Randi ichawa tongbola Johnny Gu, Yumawamanibo Lora Waisha Waga Shichi.
Solomon, is he dead?
Ni bajoni yo lak wish, dopayumas pasen lapti non goto.
I think we should postpone this until later. We still have the Brotherhood of Shadow to worry about.
Hachu apanki, Jishawa anibong kasha, Jonasi, Ichua byongbo Johnny, Minamambato mule ra, Hakugri katgota parabola. Kakin cha na kwat na bon kon, wanakumbes, chi pala mulek, tongki pa nagnonek, tu nikton chun chun ke nemolek rabest, ufmala nibo kurk.
I think we're getting a little bit over our heads, people. This structure is massive, and all we have are simple weapons.
Kakin cha na kwat na bon kon, wanakumbes, chi pala mulek, tongki pa nagnonek, tu nikton chun chun ke nemolek rabest, ufmala nibo kurk.
I'm always one to suggest ideas when I get them, but this time, I've got nothing.
Mucho apanki. Wanga kun best opi ki kunyana. Tong patok smaktelia.
You got what? You've got what?
Uba patu konchi. Tong nongbong shang yung yang. Tong patok smaktelia.
You were carrying explosives all this time? And you didn't think to tell us? To warn us?
Yatuka ulwan kin kun na ba murira. Rachi kun. Mucha shakpanpa. La boda ni winki smak toma. Wana kun best chingpa marulira. Tok chingbang non kek. Tok ninja murira rabes. Uba patu konchi. Tong nongbong shang yung yang. Tong patok smaktelia.
That's great. We can destroy this chamber. We can destroy the Brotherhood of Shadow.
Kuyami just kuna jiktanai. Ina kun ma marulira rachi kun. Slimo patona. Mundi hatonga chihonkabi. Uba patu konchi. Tong nongbong shang yung yang. Tong patok smaktelia.
No, there has to be another way. Nobody has to die. Not here. Not after all we've been through.
Kuyami just kuna jiktanai. Ina kun ma marulira rachi kun. Slimo patona. Mundi hatonga chihonkabi. Uba patu konchi. Tong nongbong shang yung yang. Tong patok smaktelia.
Master, I will stay. I shall be the one to detonate the thermal charges.
Verbal? No, you can't. You'd be destroyed. And without your memory core, I wouldn't be able to rebuild you.
Master, I am a droid. Model S0Z3. A non-organic machine composed of steel and wiring. You're a living being, with a life of significance and fulfillment ahead of you. It is a harsh truth for me to accept, but your existence is more important than mine.
La boda ni winki smak toma. Wana kun best chingpa marulira. Tok chingbang non kek. Tok ninja murira rabes. Uba patu konchi. Tong nongbong shang yung yang. Tong patok smaktelia.
Thank you, Verbal. Thank you for everything. I'll never forget you. That I can promise you.
Master, despite your imperfections and flaws, I have found you to be an insightful character. You must keep yourself functional, at all costs.
Don't worry, Verbal. I may be incapable of many things, but looking after myself is luckily something I'm good at.
Kun kili no ba!
Shadow, grant me your power. Use my body to do what I alone could not.
Rama na braka donko searcha chupapanki.
Svilia, Tonghai Sakswamaji. Yuma Lipa ak Ingoku. Uba Batu Konchi. Tukalwa. Kuya mi Jus. Kuchitana. Ichuta. Tonghai Wamaji ak Ingoku. King Kun Jobe Shock. Jobasu. Don King Bano Kunnek. Tonghai Elda Swamaji. Tukalwa. Tonghai Elda Swamaji. King Kun Jobe Shock.
Pudu, Tony Rama na braka donko searcha chupapanki.
King Kun Jobe Shock.
Dong abuk shami no nok.
Uba Batu Konchi. Tukalwa. Kuya mi Jus. Kuchitana. boss. Betua Dinky, King Kunjo Bishop, Joda Mulira, King Banu Kunekloida, Sharti King Watawama Mulira. Gawan Wata, Ayuatapa Genki Dora. Jiska to Suki Kuba Mora Night Country. Jika Jeep Diman. Yuma Live Bahaki Kotun. Uba Batu Gonki. Noba Mulara. Jila Kunka. Intruta. Tonhai Wamaji Ak Inkotun. King Kunjo Bishop. Kabatompa Kupaye Mokabata. Onanai Gaku. Yiki Kun Noba Muliraji Kun. Tunga Bong Shong Nong Yang. Kaban Volpe Moji Kumana.
Watana Wamamulira, Kenchunju Bashak, Nova Bule Muliraji, Jonitun, Turji Chiwi Itato, Bola una Dichek, Balamure Slimowanga kun Bisching.
Watawama muliri, kin kun chopeshwa, no bamule raji. Jone yuturi yanchi, either bola unchi chinek, bah mulir, selima wanga kun bitkin.
mulira chiku. Tuna bong shong nong yan. Para golpe molte kumana. Molere, ken kunjo pessoal. No ba molereji. Jon yon chiwi da dia. Ola one. Mamula res limo ranko desken.
Ichuta, Tonhat Wamaji ak Ingotun, King Kun Jobeshok.
Yin kunoba molera chikon. Don hai tun kon ching. Ne bobo jemata ne pon naj. Dolpe kikyuna. Achut. Wanga kumbis dolpe kikunyana. Don patogas makteria.
King Kun Jobeshok, Uba Batu Gonchi, Yutuka Luan, Ajua Binki. Uba Batu Gonchi, Yutuka Luan. Kuyami Jus, Kuchitanai, Yutuka Luan. Tonghait Eldas Wamaji, King Kun Jobeshok, Smilia. Tonghait Sax Wamaji, Yuma Lipa Ak Inkokun. Jobasu, Ichuan Binki, King Kun Jobeshok. Chora mulira, king bano kunne klorder. Sharji king watawama mulira.
Jobaso, Don King Bano Kunnek, Tonghait Eldas Wamaji.
King kun jopeshok. Uba batu konchi, yutuka luan. Aju apinki.
Yutuka Luan, Tonghait Eldas Wamaji. King Kun Jopeshok, Ichuta, Tonghait Wamaji Ak Ingotun, King Kun Jopeshok.
Ichuta, Tonghait Wamaji ak Ingotun, King Kun Jopeshok.
Jobaso, Don King Bano Kunnek, Tonghait Eldas Wamaji. Yutuka Luan, Tonghait Eldas Wamaji. King Kun Jopeshok, Smilia, Tonghait Sax Wamaji. Yuma Lipa Ak Ingokun.
Jobasu, Don King Bano Kunnek, Tonghait Eldas Wamaji.
Sharji King Watawama Mulira, Yuma Lipa Ak Ingokun. Dahupa Botenya Go Juju Biti, Just Groggy Do Patslimo, Gawana Bota, Ayuatagwa Kenki Dora. Jiska to Suki Kuban Bora Night Kachu, Jika Chip Diman, Yuma Lipa Ak Ingotun. Uba Batu Konchi, Noba Mulara, Jilai Kunka, Din Kuinkuya, Jika Chip Diman, Patoga, Ya Fulki Kokola Jiti, Don King Bano Kunek, Yuma Lipa Ak Ingokun.
Don King Bano Kunnek, King Kun Jopeshok, Yuma Lipa ak Ingotun. Tonghait Eldas Wamaji, Dopa na Oda Vuklasa.
Jobaso, Don King Bano Kunnek, Tonghait Eldas Wamaji. Jobaso, Ichuan Pinky, King Kun Jopeshok, Chora Mulira, King Bano Kunnek Lorder. Sharji King Watawama Mulira, Labora ni Winki, Smaptoma. Kawana bota ayuan takwa genki dora. Shangji king watawama mulira. King kun jope shock.
Labora ni winki, smatoma. Kawana bota ayuan takwa genki dora. Shangji king watawama mulira. King kun jope shock.
Yutuka luan. Tong hait eldas wamaji. King kun jope shock. Jobaso. Tong king bano kunnek. Tong hait eldas wamaji. Din kuin kuya. Yiga jitiman. Patoga ya fulki kokola jiti. Tong king bano kunnek. Yuma lipa ak inkokun.
Jobaso, Don king bano kunnek. Tong hait eldas wamaji. Ichuta. Tong hait wamaji ak inkotun. King kun jobe shock. Tong hait saks wamaji. Yuma lipa ak inkokun. Chiska dosuki kupan bona nai kachu. Kuya mi juice, ku chikta nai.
Uba batu konchi yutuka luan. Kuya mi juice ku chiktanai.
Din kuin kuya. Yiga chitiman. Patoga ya fulki kokola jiji. Don king bano kunnek. Yuma lipa ak inkokun. Jobaso, Don king bano kunnek. Tong hait eldas wamaji.
Ichuta. King kun jope shock.
Ichuta. Tong hait wamaji ak inkotun. King kun jobe shock.
Shangji king watawama mulira. Yuma lipa ak inkokun. Dahuba botenya go juju biti. Just groggy do patslimo. Dahuba botenya go juju biti. Shangji king watawama mulira. King kun jope shock. Tong hait wamaji ak inkokun. Tong hait saks wamaji. Yuma lipa ak inkokun. Patoga ya fulki kokola jiji. Tong hait saks wamaji. Shangji king watawama mulira. Yuma lipa ak inkokun. Don king bano kunnek. Din kuin kuya. Yuma lipa ak inkotun.
Dahuba botenya go juju biti. Shangji king watawama mulira. King kun jobe shock. Tong hait wamaji ak inkokun. Tong hait saks wamaji. Yuma lipa ak inkokun.
Tong hait saks wamaji. Yuma lipa ak inkokun. Chiska dosuki kuban bona nae kachu. Kuya mi juice ku chiktanai. Smilia. Tong hait saks wamaji. Yuma lipa ak inkokun. Uba batu konchi yutuka luan. Kuya mi juice ku chiktanai. Smilia. Tong hait saks wamaji. Yuma lipa ak inkokun.
Dahuba botenya go juju biti. Shangji king watawama mulira. King kun jobe shock. Tong hait wamaji ak inkotun. Tong hait saks wamaji. Yuma lipa ak inkokun. Jobaso, Bichu and Pinky. King kun jobe shock. Chona mulira. King bano kunnek lorder. Shangji king watawama mulira.
Uba batu konchi yutuka luan. Kuya mi juice ku chiktanai. Shangji king watawama mulira. Yuma lipa ak inkokun. Dahuba botenya go juju biti. Just groggy do patslimo. Din kuin kuya. Yiga jitiman. Patoga ya fulki kokola jiji. Don king bano kunnek. Yuma lipa ak inkokun. Bichu and Pinky. King kun jope shock. Chona mulira. King bano kunnek lorder. Shangji king watawama mulira. Jobaso. Don king bano kunnek. Tong hait eldas wamachi.
Labora ni wiki, smatoma. Kawana bota ayuan takwa genki dora. Shangji king watawama mulira. King kun jobe shock. Jobaso, Bichu and Pinky. King Kunjo Bishop, Jura Mulira, King Banu Kunekroda, Sharji King Watawama Mulira. Sharji King Watawama Mulira, Yuma Litba Ak Ingoku, Da Uba Motinya Go Juju Biti, Just Rocky Do Patskimo. Batu Konki, Tukalwa, Kuya Mitus, Kuchitana, Ichuta, Tonhak Mamaji Ak Ingodun, King Kunjo Bishop, Sharji King Watawama Mulira, Yuma Litba Ak Ingodun, Da Uba Motinya Go Juju Biti, Just Rocky Do Patskimo. Tromasu, Etua Vinki, King Kunjo Bishop, Jura Mulira, King Banu Kunekroda. Sharji King Watawama Mulira, Tromasu, Don King Banu Kunnek, Tonghait Eldas Wamachi. Tromasu, Etua Vinki, King Kunjo Bishop, Jura Mulira, King Banu Kunekroda, Sharji King Watawama Mulira, Din Kuikuya, Hida Chitima, Patonga, Ya Fulki Kokola Chichi, Don King Banu Kunnek, Yuma Litba Ak Ingoku. Da Uba Motinya Go Juju Biti, Sharji King Watawama Mulira. King Kunjo Bishop, Tonghak Wamaji Ak Ingodun, Tonghak Sat Wamaji, Yuma Litba Ak Ingoku. 아킨코군 전하 몰리라 긴바노 군네로다 구야미 주스 구짓다나 야지 긴바다와 몰리라 못했냐고 조조비씨 Jopesha, Yuma Lipa Akinkoku, Chona Mulira, Kimba no Kunengoda, Kuya Mijus, Kuchitana, Sharti Patawama Mulira. Wanapota, ayua tagwa kenki dora. Jiska to suki kuban bora nai kachu. Jika chi timan. Yuma lifa akin kotun. Uba batu konchi. Noba mulara. Jila kunka. Donkin pano kunnek. Jiska to suki kuban bora nai kachu. Tonghait eldas wamaji. Ka wanapota, ayua tagwa kenki dora. Yuma lifa akin kotun. Yutuka aluang. Jobaso, Donkin Bano Kunnek, Tonghait Eldas Wamachi. Donkin Bano Kunnek, King Kun Jabeshok, Yuma Liv Baakin Kotun, Tonghait Eldas Wamachi, Dopana Oda Vokasa. Jobaso, Echuan Pinky, King Kun Jabeshok, Chora Mulira, King Bano Kunnek Lordar, Sharji King Watawama Mulira. Shiska Tosuki Kuban Mona Naikachu. Kuya mi jus, Chilai Kunka. Eldas Wamachi, Hi Chubaji Koganaga. Kawanabota, Ayuatagwa Genki Dora. Shiska Tosuki Kuban Mona Naikachu. Shiga Chi Diman. Yuma Liv Baakin Kotun. Uba Batu Konji. Noba Mulara, Jilai Kunka, Jobaso, Donkin Bano Kunnek, Tonghait Eldas Wamachi. Labora ni Winki, Smatoma, Kawanabota, Ayuatakwa Genki Dora, Sharji King Watawama Mulira, King Kun Jabeshok. Yuma Kun, Tonghait Wamachi Akingo Tun, Donkin Bano Kunnek. Tonghait Eldas Wamachi, King Kun Jabeshok, Yuma Liv Baakin Kotun, Jachiska, Do Punta Grita, Donkin Bano Kunnek, King Kun Jabeshok, Yuma Liv Baakin Kotun, Tonghait Eldas Wamachi, Dopana Oda Vokasa. King Kun Jabeshok, Uba Batu Konji, Yutuka Alwa, Aju Abenki. Jobaso, Echuan Benki, King Kun Jabeshok, Chora Mulira, King Bano Kunnek Lordar, Sharji King Watawama Mulira, Tonghait Sax Wamaji, Yuma Lipa Ak Inkokun, Shiska Tosuki Kupan Bona Naikachu. Kuya mi jus, ku chitanai. Jachiska, do punta grita, dobana oda vokasa. Jachiska, do punta grita, dobana oda vokasa.
Laboda ni Winky Smaktoma, Wanakun Bes Chingpa Marulira, Tok Chingbang Non Kek, Tok Ninja Mulira Rabes, Uba Batu Konchi, Tong Nongbong Shang Yung Yang, Tong Patok Smaktelia. Yatuka Ulwan Kinkuna Ba Mulira, Rachikun, Mucha Shakpangpa. Kuyabi Juskuna Chitanai. Ina kun mama rulira rachikun, slimo padona. Rundi hadonga chihonkabi. La boda ni winki smaktoma. Wana kun bes chingpa ma rulira. Tok chingbang non kek. Tok ninja mulira rabes. Yatuka ulwan kinkuna ba murira rachikun. Mucha shakpangpa. Chiska du suki kumpa na bona naikachu. Agtu inkotu. Topa da bunkwalya gando nago chuchut. Kabachi kuita hodonga. Yalamo inkatun. Jiloba mulira ni bobo. Wango kumbes kakang. Ba mamarulira. Uba batu konchi. Tong nongbong shang yung yang. Tong patok smaktelia. La boda ni winki smaktoma. Wana kumbes chingpa marulira. Tok chingbang non kek. Tok ninja mulira rabes. Jawana bota ayuak tahonga cha kanki dora. Kachi kuita hodonga. Topa da bunkwalya gando do nado chutchut. Muksha papangpa bola wana chikne. Pamuli slemo poda wanga kunbes mulira rabes. Slimo padona. Smaktelia kachi kuita hodonga.
The Korriban wastes, they are known and feared as wastelands of death, yet I found a certain tranquility here that seems absent from the rest of this graveyard world. It has an individuality, almost an identity of its own. Fitting, then, that our reunion has taken place here.
Tangabun shan nang. Wanga kun bist kin ba mulara choni yun tun jiji either dwana. Kava vulpa mulji gumana?
As many as is necessary, Shauna May. I don't expect you to understand what drives me in my pursuit of vengeance. Revenge is a concept that is unique to the individual, and we both know now that identity was something you sacrificed a long time ago to Revan's cause.
Shagji kina lorcha watamwana kin kun shishikin ni kin kun ban mulara jikun wama kun bes chingpala mule tune rana nuprata donko searcha domatama?
Suffering is wrought through conflict, and conflict builds character.
Kakin cha na kwat na bon kon wana kumbes chi pala mulek tongki pa nagnonek tu nikton chun ke nemolek rabest wuf mala nibo kurk hachu apanki jishawa anibon ka sha chona si ichua byongbo joni minamambato mule ra hakugri katkota parabola randi ichawa tongbola joni ku yumawama nibo lora waisha waga shichi.
No, I am an individual with an identity to call my own. I am Darius Solomon, Ichani Battle Master, Jedi Master. My actions here are virtuous. I sought to avenge the woman who was manipulated, stolen from me, and then turned against me. A woman who was twisted from an individual full of life into nothing more than a tool of war. That woman, the child I raised, deserves vengeance. And since she is no more, I am the only one who can deliver her this justice.
Tanga boksha nagnong kin kun shin kin ni kin kun na bule mule raji kun shuni yun ni jiji aldwana kava volpa muli kumana.
You have no right to presume what she would wish. You abandoned her long ago. I am the only one who honors her memory. I am the only one who has not forgotten her.
Bona na kachu kicha badwang wanga kum kiba bu mulera kakin chak nawagawa bakon donk kiba nukunek tanga boksha nagnong.
You are right. This is over, but do not think even for a second that Revan will emerge unscathed. As Revan once claimed the life of my apprentice, so too will I claim the life of hers. I will deny her the tool of war that she has shaped from the child that was once my protege. It is, as they say, an eye for an eye, would ask of you to prepare yourself, but it is in your own best interest to seek a release from the torments of your life. You who is without identity seek release through death.
Kipuna na bonsha. Kavadumpa kupaliaya mokarpata.
Batu Kochi, Tom Nombong Shang Yung Yang, Tom Katok Smakdelia.
I need a vacation.
La boda ni winki smaktoma, wanakun bes chingpa marulira, tok chingbang non kek, tok ninja mulira rabes. Kuyabi just kuna chitanai. Ina kun mama rulira rachikun. Slimo patona. Mundi hadonga chihonkabi. Uba patu kochi. Tong nongbong shang yung yang. Tong katok smakdelia. Yatuka ulwan kinkuna ba murira, rachikun, mucha shampangpa.
I'm not interested in anything you have to say, Orion Mechanic. With my master no longer functioning, I have no interest in the events that transpire within this galaxy. I prefer that you leave me here alone so that I can continue focusing all my efforts on gathering rust.
Jawana bota ayuat tahonga cha kanki dora, kachikuita hodonga. Topada bungwalia gando do nado chut. Muksha papangpa, bola wana chikne. Pamuli slemo, poda wanga kunbes mulira rabes. Chiska du suki kumpa, nabona naikachu, agto inkotu. Topada bungwalia gando nago chuchut. Kabachi kuita hodonga. Yalamo inkatun, jiloba mulira ni bobo. Wango kumbes kakang, ba mamarulira.
I will take your account to my behavior call, Orion Mechanic. Now leave me. I would prefer to apply hope to the current scenario alone.
Uba patu kochi, Tom nongbong shang yung yang, Tom katok smakdelia.
My master has started functioning again. But how, Orion Mechanic? How?
La boda ni winki smaktoma, wanakun bes chingpa marulira, tok chingbang non kek, tok ninja mulira rabes.
Orion Mechanic, I'd rather allow my own photoreceptors to assess the condition of my master and not depend on your inferior organic ones for an evaluation.
Uba patu kochi, Tom nongbong shang yung yang, Tom katok smakdelia.
Master, your central chassis seems to be heavily damaged. Due to a lack of tools within the vicinity, I am unable to restore you to even a satisfactory condition.
Kuyabi just kuna chitanai. Ina kun mama rulira rachikun, slimo patona. Mundi hadonga chihonkabi. La boda ni winki smaktoma. Wanakun bes jingpa marulira. Tok jingbang non kek. Tok ninja mulira rabes.
Verbal, can you hear me?
Master, the volume of your vocabulator seems to be lower than usual. I suggest that you speak louder, or purchase a better vocabulator. May I suggest the SILV?
Just shut up and listen. For a moment, this place, whilst it's in one piece, is a threat to us all. To Mechanique, to you, to me, to Sarah. It needs to be destroyed. Detonate the explosives. That's all I ask of you. That's all I ask of you.
Jawana bota ayuata honga cha kanki dora. Kachi kuita hodonga. Topa da bunkwalia gando do naga chut. Muksha papangpa pola wana chitne. Bamuli slemo poda wanga kun bes mulira rabest.
As per my master's request, I shall detonate the explosives.
Ojo abanki. Wanga kun best topi ki kunyana. Tong patox mactelia.
Do you wish that I detonate the explosives now?
Yatuka ulwan kinkuna ba mulira rachikun. Mucha shakpangpa.
Honestly, Orion Mechanic, I would choose to detonate them now. All this waiting, it is hardly the most efficient use of what little time we have left.
Uba patu konchi. Tong nongbong shang yung yang. Tong patox mactelia. La boda ni winki smaktoma. Wanakun bes jingpa marulira. Tok jingbang non kek. Tok ninja mulira rabes.
Jedi human, I understand that I must now detonate the explosives to destroy this chamber. Droids of all designs have specific restrictions hard-coded within their behavioral cores. One of these restrictions is that they cannot self-terminate. However, due to a number of modifications within my behavioral core, I am willing and able to share the singular fate with the structure situated around me. To allow you to position yourself outside of the blast radius, I will deliver a countdown of 5.0 seconds before I detonate the explosives. I assume this will allow you to escape before you are disintegrated? If I may, Jedi human, I have one last query. You have decommissioned many droids before. Is there a place in the galaxy where we go when our cores become deactivated? Permanently? Perhaps a rust-free haven for droids, where we are permitted to choose our own lot in life? Then, as the Orion Mechanic would say, I hope such a place exists. I hope I manage to find my way there, and I hope I will enjoy it there. Goodbye, Jedi human. You have 5.0 seconds remaining. You have 4.0 seconds remaining. You have 3.0 seconds remaining. You have 2.
I do not need lessons in combat from you. The techniques you use even now are derived from my teachings that you are not worthy to practice.
Tunirama na prakadonka
I can defeat you. I will defeat you. I swore a promise to deliver justice to the one who you abandoned, and I intend to keep that promise.
Kabadumpa kapalia monapaka, bonanakachu. Yinkin kun no ba mule rachi kun. Tong na bon shanuyang.
The Arcanian, he was nothing more than a failed Padawan. He had nothing to offer, nothing to teach. It would be a waste of your efforts to seek vengeance for one so unworthy.
Kipuna na bon shak. Kabadumpa kupaliaya mokalpata.
I wasn't strong enough to avenge her, to deliver her justice. I have failed myself. I have failed her.
Hakojikopa, Jino Mularak Kampiak, Slimjo Puanwandwana.
Her name was Shauna May. She was a young child who I had rescued from a life of slavery on Sliheiron. I quickly recognized her potential in the Force, and so brought her into the Jedi Order as my first and only apprentice. Always was she eager to learn, devouring any knowledge that I imparted to her. She quickly grew into a formidable Jedi and a formidable woman. It is said that Jedi embrace serenity as a way of life, yet for we Ichani, it is battle that lay at the heart of our beliefs. And it was battle that called to her as the Mandalorian Wars ravaged a weakened galaxy. Driven by a sense of justice and integrity, she became a strong supporter of Revan's policy of Jedi intervention into the war. But she opened her heart to this calling without considering the consequences. She was manipulated by the one she followed and then transformed from an individual into a tool of war without an identity to call her own. She was Shauna May no longer. She abandoned me. She had forgotten the child on Sliheiron. Even when you at last learned of the truth behind your march to war and the sacrifice of identity which later followed, you still chose Revan over me. Why? Is Revan's grip over you still that strong? Does his manipulation still run that deep?
Hachu apanki, Jishawa anibong kasha, Chona si ichua byongbo joni, minamamato mule ra, hakugri katgota parabola.
You didn't join the Mandalorian Wars and become a Sith out of choice. It was because of Revan's manipulations. You must accept that we are not the ones at fault here, as I have.
Ni bajoni yo la wish. Dopayumas pasen latin gotu.
No! From the very beginning, it was Revan. It was Revan!
Kakin cha na kwat na bon kon, wanakumbes, chi pala mulek, tonki pa nagnonek, tu nikton chun ke nemolek rabest, wufmala nibokurk. Kenchopa chawi tikchok twis yun kun, watu yama kama wona henak nek, bugra shak kunti chiwa chawa, dong abuk shami nonok, bona na kachu, kicha badwang, Wanga kum kiba bu mulera kakin chak nawagawa bakon. Donk kiba nukunek. Tanga boksha nagnong.
The truth.
Kakin cha na kwat na bon kon. Wanakumbes chi pala mulek. Tonki pa nagnonek. Tu nikton chun ke nemolek rabest. Wufmala nibokurk.
You are wrong. You never failed as my apprentice. It was I who failed as your teacher. I just couldn't bring myself to accept it, and instead allowed my pursuit of this false vengeance to consume me, to shape me into this creature of hate. Jedi Master, Ichani Battle Master, I do not deserve such titles.
Tanga bok sha nagnong, kin kun shin kin, nikin kun na bule mule raji kun, chuni yun ni jiji aldwana, kava volpa muli kumana?
No, not strength. These are just the revelations of a broken man, all too willing to cast the blame on others, yet keeping none for himself. At Terrace, it was the pursuit of vengeance that revived me, healed me, and granted a purpose to devote existence towards. Without it, I see now there is little left for me here. So then, Shadow, I ask of you, adhere to your master's will. Kill me. Kill me now.
Kakin cha na kwat na bon kon, wana kumbes, chi pala mulek, tong ki pa nagnonek, tu nikton chun ki nemolek rabest, wuf mala nibo kurk.
Then as Shana May, the Jedi, the child on Sliheron, do your master one final duty and end his corrupted life forever.
Hachu apanki, jishawa anibong ka sha chonasi ichua byongbo joni, minamambato mule ra, hakugri katgota parabola.
Identity. It seems in these trying times its true meaning has become lost to me.
Randi ichawa tongbola Johnny Gu, yumawama nibo lora waisha waga shichi. Mucha shakapaka, ye ki kon no ba muladra ki chichon. China pala mule, tong ki ba non tontek, dun ni chachon kun ne mule brabast. Tanga bok sha nagnong, kin kun shin kin, nikin kun na bule mule raji kun, chuni yun ni jiji aldwana, kava volpa muli kumana? Hachu apanki, jishawa anibong ka sha chonasi ichua byongbo joni, minamambato mule ra, hakugri katgota parabola.
Kobayashi, that one is stronger than I had thought. He still lives, if only barely.
Selima wanga kun bikin.
Yes, he is still alive. He has not allowed death to claim him yet, and clings to life out of the single hope that he will see you again.
Shachika don mulaka wata yumaka wamahona nek. Ashantington unumani patoka wana kuna best chinga pala multonki.
Since Terrace, I have focused all my efforts on seeking a means to destroy. I have since forgotten what it feels like to concentrate my thoughts on restoration. It will be difficult, I think, but I will be stronger for it.
Ni bajoni yo lak wish, dopayuma pasen lapti non gotu.
Matilda, the child on Sliheron, I was once your teacher. Now you are mine. A life without identity is no life worth living. So I will use what life I have left to heal Kobayashi. I do not do this to seek your forgiveness. See this only as a gift. From the last remnants of your old life to the new one that awaits you.
Kipuna, bona na kichu.
No, there is no more time for words. Every second I delay, Kobayashi comes closer to death. Bring him before me. I will do this now. This technique, I do not know for certain if it will be successful. Kobayashi may be too close to death.
Dong abuk shami no nok.
Hope. We shall see if it favors you, and if it favors him.
Kun kili no ba! Ni bajoni yo la wish, dopayuma pasen lapti non goto.
Darius. A name I haven't heard from you in a long time. Not since you were a child. When I was a boy, I once heard an Ijani proverb. Death smiles at us all. All a man can do is smile back. At least I have found a reason to smile.
Are you enjoying the view? I don't know if it's the near-death experience talking, but there is a tranquility here that is absent on the rest of Korriban. I hadn't noticed it until now.
Hachu apanki, jishawa anibong kasha, chona si ichua byongbo joni, minamambato mule ra, hakugri katgota parabola.
And Solomon, too, had a part to play. He chose to save the life of another at the expense of his own. I'm sure the Force took that as a cue to work its magic and rid this place of darkness, even if only for a time.
Randi I chawa tongbola Johnny Ku, yumawamanibo lora waisha waga shichi.
That sounds like a tough battle, but I guess Echani were always a little crazy when it came to war.
Mucho shakapaka, yi ki kun no ba muladra ki chichon.
I believe Mechanique is close to completing his scan. It shouldn't be long now before we find it. So, are you ready, Shauna May?
Hachu apanki, jishawa anibong kasha, chona si ichua byongbo joni, minamambato mule ra, hakugri katgota parabola.
Oh, so it's like that, is it? Then what do you want to be called? Kobayashi's already taken, if that's what you were thinking.
Dong abuk shami no nok. Koyami jvuk chikchita na patogta yafulke gogala jiji kawana bora atugawa kanki do rakun watimi alabola. Bona na kachu kicha badwang Wanga kumkiba bu mulera kakin chak nawagawa bakon. Donk ki ba nukunek. Tanga boksha nagnong. Kakin cha na kwat na bonkon. Wanakumbes chi pala mulek. Tonki pa nagnonek. Tu nikton chun ke nemolek rabest. Wufmala nibokurk. Tanga boksha nagnong kin kun shin kin nikin kun na bule mule raji kun shuni yun ni jiji aldwana kava volpa muli kumana randi I chawa tongbola Johnny Ku yumawamanibo lora waisha waga shichi bona na kachu kicha badwang Wanga kumkiba bu mulera kakin chak nawagawa bakon. Donk kiba nukunek. Tonga buk sha nagnong. Rundi I chawa tongbola Johnny ku. Yumawama nibo lora waisha waga shichi. Hachu apanki. Jishawa anibong kasha chona si ichua byongbo Johnny. Minamambato mulera. Hakugri katgota parabola. Tonga buk sha nagnong. Kin kun shin kin. Nikin kun na bule muleraji kun. Shuni yun ni jiji aldwana. Kava volpa muli kumana. Ni bajoni yo la wish. Dopa yuma pasen lati nongutu. Hachu apanki. Jishawa anibong kasha chona si ichua byongbo Johnny. Minamambato mulera. Hakugri katgota parabola. Tonga buk sha nagnong. Kin kun shin kin. Nikin kun na bule muleraji kun. Shuni yun ni jiji aldwana. Kava volpa muli kumana. Genchopa chawi tichok twis yun kun. Watu yama kama wuna henak nek. Bugra shak kunti chiwa chawa. Tong abuk shami nonok. Rundi I chawa tongbola Johnny ku. Yumawama nibo lora waisha waga shichi. Chinapala mule. Tong ki ba non tontek. Tun ni chachon kun ne mule brabast.
Kuyabi juskuna jiktanai. Ina kun mama rulira rachikun. Slimo patona. Rundi hatonga chihonkabi.
Hakuji kopa? Jino mularak kampiak. Slimjo puanwandwana?
I guess that leaves me. Although I hope it doesn't turn me into the whining, moaning piece of bantha fodder that you are, Mechanique. I'm just too vibrant a person to become that monster.
La boda ni winki smack toma. Wana kun bes chingpama rulira. Tok chingbang non kek. Tok ninja mulira rabes.
Oh, sure, for you maybe. Don't you forget, the only reason you're captain is because everyone else on the ship was a corpse.
Uba batu kochi. Tong nong bong chang nung yang. Tong patok smack delia.
Rundi I chawa tongbola Johnny ku. Yumawama nibo lora waisha waga shichi.